smidge late, so let's go ahead and just hit. Let's just go ahead and hit record. Realize I forgot to put the alerts up on this. On this OBS. Oops. I mean, yeah, it is fine, but it's just I kind of want it there for incredibly obvious reasons. So we are going to do that. Yeah, this is the whole point of doing this stuff. So give me a second here. I need to log into my Streamlabs and fix this shit. In fact, we'll hide that for now until I can get the proper thingy. I'm feeling good, Raxor. I'll say that much. Alert box. There we go. So, copy this over here. Alright, now we will turn on alerts, and we'll do a test. There we go. There we go. '70 stream streak. Wow. That's crazy. I don't know, alert's not showing up there. That's interesting. Okay, there we go. Control audio via OBS. Okay, there we go. That's... Oh, does it have the watch alert? Wait a second here. No, it does not. God, it has follows, subs, raids. It's subscriptions, bits, raids, and the charity donations. I'm actually going to turn both of those off, and then I'm going to recopy the URL, or repaste the URL rather. Alright. And we're going to make sure that that still works. We're going to do one last little test here. And then go from there. Okay. Cool. That should have been lower on the volume. Because, yeah. Alright. There. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's actually continue. Because today is a day with a time limit, so we should get going. Alright. We just finished Van's Act 2. Now it's time to move on to the rest of Reen's Act 2. What lies beyond the canopy? Interesting title, and apparently there's 2 more surprise party members on Reen's route. No idea, honestly. Who would I like it to be? That's a good question.
Looks like this room's clear of wiretaps, too.
The windows are pretty sturdy, so I don't think they do any crazy spy stuff like analyzing the vibrations from outside to make out what we're saying.
No signs of remote shard interference either. Still, I'll keep the canceller going just in case.
Got it. Nice work, you 3.
I'm starting to feel bad for being so suspicious.
Yeah, but Toa, let's be real here. Nobody trusts the Erebonia Empire, and while I trust you guys implicitly, Erebonia trusting you implicitly would be a weird thing. Like, completely unrestricted? Yeah, no. Yeah, that's actually why I'm just looking at it like, no, you guys have every right to be suspicious. Right? I mean, hell, even in my setting, nobody trusts the Azure Moon Empire just all willy-nilly. Nobody's that polite and trusting. Then they get to know the Azure Moon Empire and its echelons, and it's like, oh, you guys are only mistrusting and destroying the Destroyer of Worlds when you need to be. Exactly. Also, I should also mention one other thing. Where I stand on another thing. Okay. Granted, I know it's a lot more complicated in real life, but I am not in favor of spying on allies. Technically. Not in the espionage sense, right? Sifting through documents and that. No, I believe in perusing an ally's headlines. Right? The kind of spying where it's like where it's clear what I'm doing and doing it openly enough that it's like that you understand I'm not trying to be sneaky about this. I would like info, and so I would like to see things with my own eyes, kind of thing. Which I know is ripe for abuse, but at the same time, it's like, Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't want to invade my allies, but I'd like to know what they're up to. I'm in favor of communication, not backhanded crap. Underhanded crap. That's what I meant.
Hardly hurts to be cautious in times like these.
Yeah, exactly, Crow. Exactly. After the fields test, Reen's group enjoyed a modest social gathering with Republican soldiers, officers, researchers, and maintenance crew. They might have been enemies once, but no hostility or resentment remained between the two sides. The midday party didn't serve any alcohol, but Director Gotti, Mint, Emilia, and Prince Sherrod were able to keep the party alive with their antics. Following that, and having left the proving ground, Reen and company checked in at their hotel in Basel, with Mint a little after 5 p.m.
Phew. With today done, that's all our pressing business here wrapped up. Tomorrow we can finally hit the town, see all there is to see in the Chardon district, and enjoy a nice, luxurious vacation.
Sorry, but I don't think it'll be going the way you're thinking.
I bet it would have been a real adventure. The day after tomorrow is when they launch the manned rocket. The whole point of the space program.
Aw, if only we could have seen it in person from the space base.
With the way they're keeping things close to the chest, they never would have let outsiders like us get that close.
Yeah,
Or
no
who
shit.
knows? Maybe they're keeping other secrets.
Right. Like that new assault frame. The Excalibur.
It's almost a guarantee that both it and Major Amelia will be aboard that rocket. Though, I guess they could have another model tuned specifically for outer space. I bet they do. Professor Ez ran all Jiskar's numbers through a program to make sure there weren't any mistakes.
Sounds like you have the inside scoop.
That's our mint. Always sharp as a tack.
You're too kind.
Don't go giving her too much credit. I'm sure she's accidentally leaked just as much info about us.
Oh, that reminds me. I might have had a minor mishap when handing over your piloting data to the Republican Army. Turns out I gave them something called Zemuria's Spiciest Nightclubs by mistake. But I sent over the data too, so no harm done.
You what? That was supposed to be locked down way deep in my Zypha. Triple password protected.
Crow.
Well, putting the matter of Angelica's travel log aside for now,
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm okay. Oh, that would be a hell of a way to go, though. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait. No, Thorndike is 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I screwed up on the HUD. Okay, so we're not so it's time to actually make the HUD and the thingy accurate. Let's get the music back. Cause yeah, we're absolutely adding a positive to Bean. There we go. There, now the HUD is accurate. Ugh. I had forgotten that Babylon 5 effect was still a potential when I did the initial adjusting of the of transferring the HUD, I should say. So, yeah. The HUD was inaccurate. It's accurate now. Thanks, Mint. Owe you one for that.
the real concern is why the Republic needs that kind of weaponry in outer space in the first place.
Good point.
Yeah, exactly.
If we're being honest, it's impressive the Republican Army and the Vern Group managed to manufacture something so incredible. Just that single mech was able to push both Reen and Crow's machines that far at the same time.
You're right. Its combat capabilities were second to none. They're definitely up to something. What could they really be planning to use it for?
Well, sometimes there are things like meteoroids floating around. But it's weird, you know? It doesn't really seem like they're trying to use it to gain military superiority or anything.
Both are very good points. Though I admit... See, I'm not sure that's Calvert's goal here. Because even taking Reen and Crow's mechs into account, they wouldn't need a single assault frame that is that over fucking tuned. No, just to put Reen and Crow into a stalemate. Not really. This thing's pushing closer to being closer. The Excalibur pushes closer to being the scimitar from Star Trek Nemesis. In terms of being just like ridiculously higher, trying to be ridiculously high tier. Like we're talking a mech that I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up giving, well, one of the Divine Knights a run for its money. 2 Divine Knights, no. I don't see it getting that. Riemann Dynasty. Well, the reason I brought up the scimitar from Star Trek Nemesis is, let's just be real, the scimitar from Star Trek Nemesis was ridiculous. Like, it was over-designed to crap. The thing literally had perfect cloak, could fire all of its weapons while cloaked, and was enormous enough to literally be a carrier ship on top of all of that. Its only weakness was the fact that its commander was the most badly written moron in all of Star Trek, which is damn impressive considering some of the damn frickin' moronic dumbasses in that frickin' thing. Yeah, the fake Picard. Exactly. Even calling him that is generous. Hi, Neko. And that's why I say the Excalibur kind of leans closer to that. I'm not trying to say that it's a one-to-one comparison. It's more akin to the again, because again, it's like the mechs that are nowhere near as strong as the Divine Knights. 2 of them went up against this thing and barely came out on top. And the only reason they came out on top was because Reen and Crow were the pilots. Yeah, that's why I said giving one of the Divine Knights a run for its money. A run for its mirror. Like, if Reen faced Excalibur in just Valimar, Valimar would have a tough time in trying to deal with that thing. Okay. And that is the point. And let me clarify. Valimar before the rivalries. Because the whole point of Cold Steel 4 was in order to deal with Ishmelga, they had to, the other Divine Knight's powers had to effectively be absorbed by Valimar. Which they got around the Ordain part of that by just being like, no, I'm not absorbing your power, you're just my battle partner, let's go. Which I actually liked. Wait. That was actually something I appreciated in Cold Steel 4. The fact that Crow is still around is something I appreciate Cold Steel 4 finding a workaround for. Because I gotta be honest with you, that would have pissed me off. Like, that just would have pissed me right the hell off. Gee, I wonder why. But yeah, the reason why I say it's weird, and the reason why I say that, and again, and the whole reason we're bringing up the Excalibur's freaking insane amount of power is, if they wanted to invade Crossbell, they wouldn't need to upgrade to this height. Like, I could see eventually them upgrading to it. Yeah, exactly. That's the giant question mark. What are they after at this point? Wait. And what is making it? And what are they? And why are they needing to speed up the timetable so that they get it done before their pact with their ceasefire with Ouroboros is done? That's the part that's the part that's poking at the back of my head, going, wait, this is weird. Weird. Which makes me wonder if Gramhart knows about the fucking masked, the masked borderline Gary Stews. Because I'm sorry, those masked weirdos are a little on the extreme side. Other than them being kind of overpowered, or to the point where they literally have minion monsters that can fucking hold the Grendel back. Ugh. I don't know. Although, they were caught off guard by the CID showing up, so that's why I said borderline. So. Because keep in mind, they were playing around and they took Orisha down. Yeah, that's a little, that was the part that made me cock an eyebrow, like, really? So, I have no idea what's up with them. You already answered my one concern. Which I find kind of funny. I find kind of funny that the thoughts you're shooting down are like, okay, I need to shoot these down now. How are the ones that would end up being negatives from me? That you've done that twice this run, Raxor. I'm not complaining. I just find that funny. Honey, like, that's not a joke. That's not a joke. Two times where you've been like, that's not it. That's not it. Where I was like, I don't want it to. Where it's clear that it's like, I don't want it to be this. You're like, no. That's not it. Okay, good. Because Kevin's target being, well, okay. The goal of the whole Return to the Heretic Hunter thing being the simplicity I mentioned, and then of course Sniper Chick that has some. Wait, a thought just occurred to me. Oh, that would just be fucked beyond belief. But that would be interesting. What if, because the thing is that, well, okay, do we learn Sniper Chick's identity in this game? No. Okay. then I have a theory that I kind of want to. I'm kind of curious about. What if that's not Ida, but Fairy's mother? Because I don't think we've ever heard mention of Fairy's mother. Now that I'm thinking about it, because it's all been Abby. Oh, we've seen her alive. Okay, never mind. My theory doesn't work. My theory doesn't work then. If we've seen her alive in any capacity, even in those CG scenes during the credits of BB1, then no. No. My theory dies in a fire. Although, well, does that kill my theory though? Actually, I may be jumping the gun on saying that it kills the theory. It kills my theory. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, there could be no. That does kill the theory because there would need to be a mention of. Okay, yeah, no, my theory is no. Sorry, never mind. My theory just got shot dead. Yeah, the Vestiges. I couldn't think of the name because I'm already just. What the hell? Oh, come on now. No, get back there. As soon as the audio from the game cut out, I was like, what? Oh. Accidentally hit the wrong button on my keyboard. Because, my chair. Yeah. But yeah, no, oof. I have no idea where this is going, honestly.
After all, their normal models are already way more advanced than anything the Empire has. And this one is way too finicky for any normal pilot to handle.
Oh, wow. Mint literally just mentioned exactly what I said. Because yeah, the assault frames are supposed to be a step above the soul dots of the Empire. Even the manufactured ones. Now, obviously that gap isn't going to be that way forever, but it is worth bringing up. They already had the advantage, so fine-tuning to an insane degree with a machine that no normal pilot can handle, yeah, that seems a little overkill. And Gramhart does not strike me as the conqueror type. Osborne would do that. Abso-fucking-lutely he would. But Gramhart? No. No, that literally would not fit with his character. That literally would be out of character behavior if that was his goal. Yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing, too. You're already on the top of the fucking food chain right now. So, you don't need to increase that fucking hardcore. Yeah, it's the sheer level of insane power, how insanely powerful the frickin' Excalibur is that is so damn confusing right now.
No kidding. I don't know if even we could pilot such a thing. Regardless, it sounds like if we're going to head to the capital tomorrow, we should be looking into what their real goals are.
Understood.
That's a fair point, too.
I hope you'll let us back you up if need be.
Based on what we've seen from both Arkwright and the picnicking front, seems like there's a lot going on we're still in the dark about.
That almost goes without saying. Worst case, we can exchange information next time we see them at the Garten.
True. In that case, it seems like your request for help in the garden may actually be a useful way to communicate, Altina.
If you say so. I'm still concerned about what Ouroboros' goals there are, though.
Arkwright just opened up the 4th domain recently, so I doubt there will be any new developments there for a bit. For now, why don't we drop by the Institute of Science and get Toa's business squared away?
Ah, yes.
Oh, right. Sorry. I hope it's not too much trouble.
Don't
Not
sweat
in
it.
the slightest.
I'm kinda interested myself.
Count me in. I can totally help with adjusting the telescope.
Let's not, Mint. I'm sorry, but no, let's not. But, Toa, come on. You know we've got your back. Let's go.
Stargazing, huh? I guess if we want to do that, the observatory is the place to be. Might be fun. Should be better than that shady as hell space program, at least.
Agreed. But we should gather info and handle any remaining 4 SPGs first.
Fair enough. After that, the group parted ways with Mint and was... whoop. And Blue failed to read it because his eyes are not adjusting. Ah! There we go. After that, the group parted ways with Mint and was headed to business in Newtown. As the sun began to set, Rin's group decided to take a stroll through Basel. You can now travel to the Basel Institute of Science. It can be accessed via the aerotrams located throughout the city or by crossing the bridge from the upper level of the Artisanal District. Additional connection events have been added to Reen's route. And now we have Reen and Crow's lightweight outfits. So if we want him without the coat. I like that coat, so we're gonna do that. Yeah, it's without the coat. Got it. Alright. Oh, there's a couple of things in here. Here, apparently. Sure. I don't know what's at the hotel room that I would need to check. Oh, it's if I want to report on the 4 SPGs and shit. Oops. That's the one I wanted. And once again, we have only 2. Drinks with a bad influence, Thor's remote class, this, and Nustort challenge. Okay. There's 2 here. What's the other one? Up the stairs? Nope. Can't go up there. So, what do I have to do to go to these washrooms? Still need in there. Ah, well. Guess we'll try and figure that out later. It's just the hotel room? Oh, okay. Then never mind. Just fooled me with the two markers. I only needed the 1 game. Come on now.
Sometime tonight.
Have your eye on anything in particular? Thank you very much.
Alright. 2 new shops over here.
Please,
Vern's
take your
Farm.
time. Welcome.
Toa.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Nothing.
Thank you very much.
Oh. Alright. Down here. Yep. I'm guessing new weapons.
Allow me to assist.
Yep. Scholar gear. Oh, that's Alpina's. Okay, that makes more sense. Oh crap. Did I screw that up? I think I screwed that up. I think I bought an extra one. Whoops. This one.
I hope to see you again. Allow me to
Oh,
assist.
man. Let's go to armor. Okay, no, I didn't. Alright. Holy crap, 13 light greaves? Yeesh. Go. Holy crap, that's a lot of subdue mass. Nice to
I
exchange.
hope to see you again.
There we go. Okay. Oh, we can view these.
How can I help you?
Crimson Fist, which we've already done. Shein boots. The I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Oh, we're just all going in. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Okay, Rain. Whatever you say, dude. A sinister pharmaceutical company seeks to shake the very foundation of the world with a deadly engineered virus. The Umbrella Corp? Umbrella Corp? Tasked with stealing its design documents, Zoe and her partner Rick begin sniffing for clues, which leads them to the chief developer at the lab. Zoe attempts to get close to her target in the way that she, as an A-class spy, does best.
Stop it! Please! I told you, I've already got a boyfriend.
Oh, I heard you loud and clear. I also recall you saying that he's buried neck deep in debt. Tell you what, I'll pay off his debt in full. On one condition. Break up with him and be mine.
I noticed.
Still refuse, then I'm afraid I must ask you to resign. So what'll it be?
Oh, Rick. I'm so sorry. Could you at least look away, sir? I'm really not used to this sort of thing.
My, aren't we shy? Very well. Just don't keep me waiting. Yes, that's a good girl. There's absolutely nothing to be embarrassed about. Psych! I'm gonna have so much fun stripping you bare.
Gotcha, you naughty boy.
Hell yeah, that was awesome. Part where Judith Lancer showed us the goods. Mwah, perfection. The director really did his homework on that, and what men want. Crow. Oh, God. Anyway, this is only the R15 version, right? Wow, they seriously pushed the envelope on what was allowed. You think so? Oh, this was way toned back. Heck, from the R17 cut they released last year. Here. That one had a scene where she was swimming buck naked, and then there was that risque catfight with the female researcher. Oh dear, sounds like the actress was really put through the ringer. Are you alright, Altina? You've been pretty quiet. There's something that's been bothering me. I know I can't do anything about it at this point, but I am 17 years old now. Yet in spite of that, and the fact that I've grown taller, they still ask for my ID to verify my age. Oh, that's what you're hung up about? Pfft, don't sweat it. At least you got some growing left to do, unlike a certain other shorty here. You are just asking to be annihilated, aren't you, Crow? Like, Jesus, dude, come on! Wow, really sealed your fate there, pal? Like, seriously, you knew the landmine was there, Crow! You looked right at the landmine and said, I'm going to go ahead and step on this! It's like a moron! Like, what? Come on, man! It's okay, I'm used to it at this point. I've been asked for my ID more times than I can count. It doesn't matter to me. It took longer for them to verify my age than Altina's. Not one bit. It's just... Okay. Yeah. Every group has to have one. Has to have that one. Olivier played that role in the Sky trilogy. What I nicknamed the Liberal Bracer Alliance. And the SSS had Randy. And E-Class 7 has Crow, and then Arkwright Solutions has Aaron. Having finished their break, Green and the others resumed their work.
I'll keep it safe, Green.
That was actually great. Mishi and Boots. Do I do that to Elaine, though? Yeah, I guess I could do that. Let's see. That'd be... Okay. Oh, so we get little blurbs about them. Well, okay.
How can I help you?
I haven't done Perfect Driver 2. Oh, we already did. Oh yeah, that's right. We already did Mishi and Boots with Elaine. That's right. We already took Elaine to Mishi and Boots. And I didn't do Perfect Driver 2 yet. Yeah. For the brochure, I'm gonna grab Mishi and Boots, or not Mishi and Boots, Perfect Driver 2, because I've already got the thingy for the other one. It's interesting that each group effectively has it listed whether or not that group has watched it. Philip, a fledgling Z1 race car driver, is the son of Louis Adler, the legendary racer. Tormented by the crushing weight of his father's legacy, Philip rebels against him, shattering the bond they held in the process. Shortly thereafter, Louis gets into an accident and perishes on the spot. With little time to process the untimely death of his father, Philip is thrust into the Grand Prix, his focus fractured and his will dwindling. But then, in the final lap of the race, when all hope for a victory was nearly lost, the words of his father echo in Philip's mind.
The thing you gotta aim for ain't the finish line. You're gonna have to think way beyond that. If you want to be a legend, set your sights on a goal to call your own. Then speed past it.
Unbelievable! Philip's taken the lead. He's past last year's champion, Max. Look at that little Lino of his go. Something's really lit a fire in him. Nothing's gonna stop him now.
That little punk didn't even spare me a second thought. Who on earth is that kid racing here?
Himself.
I found it, Dad. I found my goal beyond the finish line. I just wish I could have found it while you were still here. I'm gonna leave you in the dust, Louis Adler. I won't stop racing until I overwrite every legendary record you ever set.
I kind of doubt we'll get the chance to sit and watch a whole live Z1 race this trip. But at the very least, seeing this kick-ass movie made up for that a bit, for sure. Given that this is the birthplace of orbital vehicles and racing, I'm not surprised the film felt so detailed and realistic. Also, the scenes of the characters living their lives outside the racetrack were so well done, I was sucked right in before I realized it. It brought me back to those times I helped test the orbital bikes. The sound of the engines rumbling and the feeling of slicing through the wind at blinding speeds. I get why they'd put their life on the line for that. Absolutely. As a fellow gearhead, the whole film really spoke to me. But even if I wasn't, a movie like this is still the kind of thing that'd get a guy real fired up. In fact, I'm ready to jump into an orbital bike race right this minute. Think there are any happening nearby? That reminds me, I recall hearing from the Foundation and that the Republic is considering inviting foreign teams to participate in future Z1 races. If so, perhaps the Reinford group would put together a team of its own. I thought there was something like that. Huh. I'd have to go back and check Daybreak 1 again. It might have been something different too. I could just be misremembering, because again, memory is kind of crap. Oh, okay, right, Z1 specifically. So yeah, it was something else. There was something that they were talking about Reinford having a part in, but I couldn't remember. I can't remember what it was now. If they allow orbital bikes, I bet Engie would be a perfect representative for the Empire. Oof. Yeah, if Jellica enters, I'd be better off waving the white flag before I even get to the starting line. True. Oh, that reminds me. I think I remember hearing that they cast active Z1 racers in this movie. Yep. Max is played by Max Lundgren, and hit the 4-time consecutive champion. Apparently, he helped supervise the movie. Maybe that's why it felt so realistic. Is that so? He sounds like quite a capable person. I don't know about that. Rumors have painted him as a womanizer and kind of an all-around mess. Yeah. The thing is that he was that. Past tense. He's found a reason to to put that behind him. Yeah, exactly. That's actually what I was just mentioning. It's not true, anymore. Because what he's doing is he's trying to atone. Because, well, he realized he screwed up. And screwed up big time. He started changing during Daybreak 1, and he's been slowly improving ever since. Hell, I would actually argue he's close to getting Victor to just allowing him back into the family at this point. He just has to keep at it. Yeah, I could see that. One way or another, it was during Daybreak 1 that he started to change. Yeah, that is actually what they're discussing back and forth right now. Also, there's a chance his winning streak will come to an end soon, with all his younger competitors nipping at his heels. Seems like there's a lot going on with him. Well, at the very least, it doesn't change the fact that this movie was fantastic. Alright. And there's Altina getting a connection level. And Toa. Nice. Yeah, I figured it out. It was plainly obvious when Paulette was on the phone back in Act 1. Don't have time for another movie. Makes sense. So the motor pavilion has something. Alright, let's check the motor pavilion then. Look, this is not the motor pavilion. Motor pavilion's over here. I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, what do we have here?
No more dilly-dallying, folks. It's time to talk Salvatore Gotti's upcoming Perfect Driver Zero.
Leon, is that you? If that is you, what are you doing masquerading as a promoter?
Next month, we'll see the launch of our most anticipated film yet. And to fuel your adrenaline rush, Dread Power is introducing Maximum Energy. It is our absolute pleasure to announce this collaboration.
Wait, seriously? I thought those were just rumors.
The collab of the century!
That ship is totally packing!
What?
It's me, Salvatore Gotti.
What?
Gentlemen of Basel, are you ready to turn up the heat?
That has to be them now. The legend convinced Celise to be a model for this? What? How did you manage that, Gotti? I mean, don't get me wrong, I love you, but what? What? I but you. I have several questions. This game is gonna leave me broken by the end of this.
We're honored to partner with Dread Power for their exciting new energy drink. I've even been downing Maximum Energy between shoots. It's a sensory explosion, refreshing and revitalizing with every swig. Use it to top yourself off after a long day at work, school, or the road. It's even the perfect wingman in bed, if you know what I mean.
Oh, God. I don't think you needed to add that part.
Say no more, director. Of course, just like the movie, this drink will surely rock your world. Even our lovely booth babe here can't get enough.
Director, I'm gonna freaking kill you after this. Yoo-hoo!
Yeah. That positive and move on. Yeah, like 3 times. 3 times. Actually, yeah, no. Oh, I should add another one. yeah, let's give a positive for the Golden Foot thing. Yeah, the fact that I literally ended the movie going with Perfect Driver and then came straight here is just, I couldn't have planned that better, or if I couldn't have planned that if more perfectly if I tried. I'll give that guy this. He knows how to put on one hell of a show. That display is so over the top, it's making me nauseous. Also, I have a few choice words for whoever designed that risque outfit. An energy drink themed promotion for a motorsport Orbital film? Huh, pop culture sure is something. I had the same thought when I first came here. Wait, haven't I seen those two somewhere before? Yep. What on earth are those two doing? Mm-hmm.
That salesman guy is pretty handsome, isn't he?
Welcome to Boston.
Well, I mean, at least that's what we hear right after.
Give maximum energy a try.
That booth babe's a real cutie.
Oh, look who's here. My compliments again on your phenomenal showing this afternoon. Hey, you're the one lighting up the stage, director. Take it this event was the reason you came to the pavilion earlier today? Your booth babe and promoter back there are some real characters. How'd you land them? Oh, just pulled a few strings here and there, and it turned out exactly as I drafted up. Well, the hype around Perfect Driver Zero's on the Buy Perfect track now, baby. Take my word for it.
Welcome to Boston.
I'm just gonna leave this up for a little bit. So apparently, Altina wants to kick me in the junk too. Just leaving this up so that I can use it as an image in the rating video. Just yeah. Must have some kind of bargaining chip over them. Oh, and before I forget, you ought to sip some of this maximum energy stuff for yourself. Tastes so good, it'll blast the tire straight out of ya. Received 5 maximum energies. You're too kind. Well, give it a try later, maybe. We'll give it a try later, maybe. Oh, man. Our collaboration with Maximum Energy is proving a monumental success. At this rate, the hype around Perfect Driver Zero's on the Buy Perfect track.
Any day now.
Okay, we can't...
Turn it around.
Okay. Okay, we can't,
Welcome to Basel Motor Pavilion.
We can also shop from this
really
lady.
packs a punch.
Apparently, we can also grab a Maximum Energy DX, which is double the amount. Oh. That is pricey, but I'll take a few of those. Why not?
Thanks a bunch.
That's... Just... What? You think Celeste would kill me for giving her the Scarlet Blaze Award just for that outfit? Oh, who am I kidding? Yeah, she would sadistically chop me into bits if I did that. Anyways, moving on. I think we should go do it for SPG now. Yeah.
Let's have a look-see.
Test bike trouble. I am Tao Ming, an advertising manager for Red Star Products at the Motor Pavilion. We have received reports that for some inexplicable reason, only the test bikes provided at the Motor Pavilion have been experiencing malfunctions among Red Star Orbital bikes. Could you investigate this matter? I'll be waiting for you at the Motor Pavilion.
Let's see.
Alright. I guess we're headed right back to the Motor Pavilion. If I had known that was what that was, I would have just grabbed the quest before coming here. Good evening. We're here to answer bulletin board posting we saw. Would you happen to be Mr. Tao Ming from Red Star? I am, but aren't you the group from Thor's military academy, way over in the Empire? Then all the talk about you acting as proxy spriggans is true after all. Wait, so you put up before SPG already knowing that? That's somewhat surprising. Well, to tell you the truth, I consulted with the Bracer Guild first, seeing as this pertains to civil safety. But they told me that there was a party from Erebonia acting in Arkwright Solutions' stead, some of whom were involved in Orbital Bike development. This also being an Orbital Bike matter, I decided you would be better suited to taking it on. Haha, so that's it. It makes me wish we brought Georgia Angelica with us. To be fair, I actually do like that the Bracer Guild didn't say, nah, we're not going to take this on, but more so was just like, well, there's actually somebody who might be better suited to the job in town right now. Maybe we should try asking them. I actually do like that. You know what? That smells like a positive story, if you ask me. Hear me out on this one. Let's put it beside world building. you kidding me with that schedule? Ugh, that is a Garbo schedule. Oof. We'll address that. We'll address that in a bit. Let's keep on the positivity train before I get annoyed at the work schedule. Hang on. Need to know how the game spells it. Oh, it's 1P 2Gs. Whoops. So So yeah, so this is a positive for the portrayal of the Bracer Guild. This is effectively more about the writing, more so than it is about. Is my camera doing stupid zoom crap? The lack of focus crap? It looks like it is. Great. Sorry about that. Anyways, but yeah, so this is a positive for the portrayal of the Bracer Guild in this game, which I don't give very often, admittedly. Mostly because either the Bracer Guild really isn't focused on at all, or there's nothing really in the portrayal of the Bracer Guild itself that I feel lends itself towards being a positive. This is a case where I have to be like, okay, there's been too many examples of the Bracer Guild being what the Bracer Guild should be to let it go uncommented on. We have seen multiple times now that the Bracer Guild has just been cool. There's been no animosity, there's been no fuss, no muss, no stick up their ass bullshit. The Bracer Guild has just been cool. There's really no other word to do it. Like, this put on the sunglasses, we cool kind of an approach. Because the Bracer Guild hasn't had a stick up its ass about all this, right? It hasn't had a... Well, there's no other way to say it other than, they haven't been irritating. They've just been cool. Cool, right? There's been no, they haven't been, elitist pricks. They haven't been judgmental dumbasses. They haven't jumped to fucking conclusions while civilians are in danger. None of that fucking shit. They've worked with Van multiple times on an official capacity of just exchanging info with Van. And Elaine is perfectly comfortable with working with Arkwright Solutions, and the guild is perfectly comfortable with that arrangement and even encourages it as Jin demonstrated. The guild is willing to work with Arkwright Solutions on a major crisis, which applies to the police, I admit. And I feel like, because here's the funny thing. In Daybreak 1, it felt like there was no progression towards that point. And then in Daybreak 2, the Bracer Guild might as well have not even have existed. They were so irrelevant to the story. But Horizon has been going out of its way to show that the events of Daybreak 1 and by extension Daybreak 2 have actually forged a positive relationship. Van and by extension Arkwright Solutions are no longer seen as that problem child. No, they are not an issue. They are an ally. And I feel like that actually shows that the Bracer Guild are actually fucking competent in this game. And I like that. Where's my battery at? 54. charging? Huh? Oh, because it kind of got plugged. Give me a second here. Oh, unplugged from the wall. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now it's back to charging. So, yeah. Oh, all right. Alright, let's move on. Sounds like Alex has our backs, though far as pushing back on it, far as pushing work on us goes. I don't know about it. I wouldn't call it pushing work so much as forwarding something we're more suited to, V. That was kind of what prompted it. Yeah, I know. That is seriously gonna trip me up every time I read that because of the of a freaking guild receptionist sharing my name. It's freaking weird. Get out of the way so she can sit down, dummy. This out of the way. Okay, so I was wrong. She was just getting something. At any rate, I'd be much obliged if you could hear out my request. This is our mechanic in charge of maintenance, and so if there's anything you don't understand about the job, talk to him. The name's Hungley. Hungley. Hey, nice to meet you. Not the part of my resume I expected to land me work in the Republic, but hey, no complaints here. So give us the deets. Your test bikes are on the fritz or something? Yes, according to the reports we've received from customers taking our bikes out for test drives, they'll experience engine stoppage or abnormal motor rotation under specific conditions. It hasn't caused any runaways or other full-blown accidents yet, but it's only a matter of time. Under specific conditions, you say? How curious. I should also mention that we disassembled the bike to inspect, but none of the components were worn, damaged, or out of specification. On top of that, only our demo models are affected. Yet there's been no reports on the ones being sold. That's another oddity to keep in mind then, especially if checking the parts didn't bring you any closer to the cause. Actually riding the bike and reproducing the conditions would definitely narrow down the candidates. Though, of course, that'd be a dicey proposition. No worse than any of the shit we've trudged through already. In fact, I'd say that makes us even more qualified. You certainly are eager to dive headlong into peril. I guess that's to be expected from the pioneers of orbital biking. So, does that mean we can count on your aid? Yep. Leave it to us. No matter the cause, as if there's any chance of an accident, then it's best dealt with as soon as possible. Oh, wonderful. I couldn't possibly be more grateful or tremendously relieved at that. Our pleasure. Now, could you start by showing us the bikes in question? Yes, follow me.
Let's see what we can do.
Test bike trouble. This is one of the demo models used at the Motor Pavilion. No signs of faulty maintenance or missing parts that I can see. Yeah, nothing strikes me as out of the ordinary to the best of our know-how anyway. I performed a shard echo detection as well, but there doesn't appear to be any internal damage. This might be as far as we get it when it isn't running. In that case, yep, on to the quick and dirty method, as I thought. Actually seeing it go out of order mid-drive will be our most reliable bet. Would you mind us taking a bike out for a short round test? Not like we hadn't already figured there'd be some risk. It'll be back in one piece before you know it. By all means, go right ahead. Before that, you also mentioned that the malfunctions only happen under specific conditions. Could you tell us more about them? Of course. They're prone to occurring during sudden accelerations and decelerations, tight turns, and other sharp movements. Or, in more extreme cases, while performing stunts such as wheelies or drifts. Customers who engage in those acts will reportedly experience sudden engine cutoffs and brake failures. You've gotta be kind of a tool to pull that stuff off on borrowed property, test drive or not. But on the flip side, that means a safe driver wouldn't have half as many problems. Regardless, so long as the cause remains unknown, the latent risk may be no different. Right, we can't afford to ignore this. A deeper investigation will go a long way here. Great, then the two of us will take one of these puppies out for a spin. Alright, we appreciate you putting yourself in harm's way for this. Reen and Crow then took a demo bike out for a test drive out on the National Highway just outside Basel. The pair would swap between it and Crow's bike, which they also brought in case of emergency. We're pushing 800 Zelg an hour. How's it going? Any problems yet? Nope. Far from it. It's been perfectly stable so far. There's not much vibration or noise either. It makes it for a pretty comfortable ride, actually. Huh, mind if we switch off? Yep, doesn't raise a fuss if I put it up to speed while driving normally. Rolls along just as smooth as my own wheels, too. So, what if we tried this? $12.50 Zelg per hour now. Any luck? Heck, I opened the throttle pretty hard, but still no dice. If only we had a better idea of what it takes to make this thing go haywire. What now? Trying to replicate the conditions they mentioned is getting us nowhere. Well, unlike us, the folks who demoed these bikes didn't know squat about them acting screwy. Could be that there's some element we're subconsciously overlooking here. Hey, Imperial Heroes, short time no see. You guys checking out the sights? Heh. Though I can't say it looks like you're having much fun. Major Amelia. Wait, didn't you have to return to base? You're a little off track if you haven't noticed. Oh, I'm just touring around. My schedule is about to be packed solid, so I figured I'd wrap up a quick run through this route. I see. Well, not to interrupt, but do you think we could pick your brain for a second? Explain. Uh-huh, I get you. In that case, how's about the three of us have ourselves a race? A race? Now there's a good way to push this thing into going out of whack. No better excuse to tear up the pavement and bust out the stunts. Exactly. You try to force the issue and you could be at it forever. But cutting loose with a little competition instead, it will let the problem replicate itself naturally. That does make a certain amount of sense. Alright, I'm convinced. Consider your challenge accepted. Something tells me you just want to have one last showdown for the road. Aw, am I that obvious? Give me some credit, though. If there's Orbital bike trouble, you can bet I'll chip in. Still, a race is a race. You better take it seriously. Hey, oh. Say no more. After all the guinea pig work we did for those things back in the Empire, phoning it in ain't an option. Right. Even if we won out in the end, there's training. Today's training exercise taught us the hard way not to underestimate you. So it's a battle of the bike leaks you want, Major Amelia. It's a battle you'll get. Yeah. Alright, now that I'm all warmed up, ladies first, gents. The fastest chick on two wheels doesn't play around. Fine, time to show off the custom work I got done in the free cities. They sure are fired up. Guess I better match them. Well, looks like you two look at you two locking in. Well then, how do you like this? Yeah, she's a professional, all right. Don't throw in the towel just yet. We've got a rep to uphold here. Here, catch her on the bend and up ahead, Reen. On it. We won't push this bike to its breaking point anytime soon, unless I ride it right to win. Should have known you'd keep up. Still a hair behind. Major Amelia's skills are on a whole other level. That much is obvious. But the same could be said for her bike's performance, too. Speeders are style, and so odds are it's customized for acceleration, which means their best shot for her is to accelerate in one go. We're trying to push this thing to its malfunction. Trying to outsprint me, huh? You got guts. Where'd you get that burst of speed from? She couldn't have been just a turbocharger. Oh, just a little space engineering I brought into play. Not that there's anyone else who can handle it. Well, shit. Okay, time to really step on it. Huh? Don't tell me. Just when things were heating up. You good back there, Reen? I should be able to keep my balance until it slows down enough, but the engine... Yeah, it looks like it's completely shut itself off. Phew, made it through somehow. Oh, hey, it takes skill rolling out to stop that... to stop that clean. But anyhow, 100 to 1 says we just found our malfunction. Right, there's no smoke coming out, but I didn't hear any parts break, and I didn't hear any parts breaking. The gauges don't suggest it had overheated either. Better pop it open and look inside then. Only question is where. There's something about the way the engine died. Mind letting me take a peek? The speed limiter and safety devices? The limiter and safety devices? You don't suppose... Had my doubts, but yep, I was right on the mark. Looks like the limiter sent a signal to all the safety devices at once, and it's forcing the engine to shut off. So it's just defective? You'd think anybody involved would have been able to guess that much. Not a defect, actually. Everything's operating exactly as intended. In other words, it was engineered to work like this on purpose. Much as I hate to say it, yeah. Someone's tampered with the parameters so that the system would overreact to sudden accelerations and turns. What's more, they installed a mechanism that sends it into kill command into the whole driveline at once. Sounds like a pretty elaborate setup to me. Not exactly a long list of people who could have done that much tinkering. Good point. Sounds like you guys are onto something. I'll just go on ahead and get out of your hair then. Leaving so soon? Yep, that's enough distractions for one day, and I already got plans after this. Shame that we had to cut the race short halfway through, but you guys made it one hell of a bout. Oh, and it helped you out at the same time, even better. For sure. Thanks again, Major Amelia. Because of you that we got to the truth behind this case. Besides, I'm always up for a good competition, even if I did end up losing. Heh. I feel just the same. Well, that's that. Ready to head back now that we know the problem? Yeah, I'm a bit hesitant to bring it up out in the open. But we'll need to cut right to the heart of things in order to resolve this. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna retry that. I'm gonna redo that. I kind of want to try out the other option. So I'm gonna reload my autosave, which also gives us another another dynamic title screen in approach. Oop. After my shopping?
It really packs a punch.
Huh.
Thanks a bunch.
Well, okay then. That's interesting.
Here, you'll find the latest models.
I think I need to...
Manufacturers. Lena, Ingert, Red Star, and Petros. You can even take them out for test drives. Also available for
Let's
your
go...
cruising
Shush that up first. Because there is something I need to do. Okay. Yeah, that's that I know that part. There we go. I'm actually going to up the autosave use to 2. Alright. Now I just need to regain the quest.
Right.
Don't need to read it again, thankfully. And I don't need to go through the pavilion. We've read through all of this.
Let's see what we can do.
I guess we can just go next scene. Hi, Reverie. See what going to the next scene is. Alright. Okay. She has the Zelg when it comes to sprinting, so instead, playing it safe, huh? I think you do that while I widen my lead. The turbocharger may be impressive, but there'll be an opening once you finish accelerating. Caught up. Not just that, I'm blowing straight past you. There's no way you can use a boost that powerful back to back. Nicely played. Let me guess, you goaded me up into a full throttle just before we got to the bend. That way, the timing would line up right with her turbocharger's cooldown period. Talk about thinking ahead of the curve. Gotta give you props, Reed. 2SP. I had a feeling. Okay, time to really step on it. And okay. There we go. Alright, next scene. Because that, other than that, it's the same for the rest of that. What a story. I'm just glad you weren't hurt, Reen. So, with Major Amelia's help, you managed to ascertain the cause? Yep. Turns out there was no defect at all. It's all by design. Care to explain why that's the case, East Hungley? What do you mean? The bikes were acting up because their limiters and safety devices had been tampered with. It makes sense you couldn't figure it out when you were only looking for something out of order. It follows that the person who had access to the demo bikes and only the demo bikes would be the ones in charge of their maintenance. Am I wrong, Hungley? No hiding it now, I suppose. You're right. It was all me. What? But why did you do such a thing? You must have had a motive. Look, I can see the logic in appealing to customers and outshining competitors, but our higher-ups took it further than I could stand. The publicity they've been pushing is all about flashy stunts and breakneck speeds, and that's constantly incited customers to drive their test bikes recklessly. I told them to reconsider, but my frontline feedback just got smothered out instead. All that tells me is that our PR department prioritizes profits over human lives. So you took it upon yourself to augment the safety devices in excess with intent of curtailing the reckless driving itself? But the way it sounds, hard braking and sudden engine shutdowns can't come with their own risks. I mean, Reen wound up in a pretty tight spot, right? Yeah, my balance was thrown off all at once out of nowhere. Even when trying to recover, I couldn't adjust to the RPM to do so. To be fair, it is probably less likely to cause a major accident than driving like a maniac, but let's be real, less dangerous doesn't equal safe. You say that like it's something I don't realize, but this was the only way I could protest. If nothing else, I needed to spur the higher-ups into re-examining their policies. Hungley, your motives aren't unreasonable. This is a deep-rooted issue, one that can be traced back to the making to the marketing's decisions regarding the marketing division's disregard for safety. I understand now, both the situation and how you feel, Hungley. It's a dagger to my chest, really. I put a lot of trust in you and your abilities. But as a manager, I have to notify my superiors of this. In which case, the logical outcome will be his disciplinary dismissal. That won't solve the fundamental problem here, though. I sympathize with him wholeheartedly, and losing such an excellent mechanic will be a heavy blow. But even so, it's my responsibility to make a report. Tell me, how do you think I should handle this? No serious accidents have occurred thus far, and it's possible that some were even prevented due to his unauthorized measures. Knowing that, this matter is too complex to close out with just a simple punishment, at least in my eyes. Sure. Alright then, give us a moment to mull it over. What do you guys think would be appropriate considering their positions? Honestly, I would say, calling it a trial run, and is a good idea, because it's like, because again, and his intentions made sense, but at the same time, it's like the manager dude there can actually just report, or that we are effectively encouraging reckless behavior, and this kind of this incident highlighted that. So yeah, I say we pretend it was a trial run. Actually, who said it has to be a big deal? Sure, these safety upgrades didn't pass quality assurance testing, but it's not like anyone got hurt. Of course, they're still gonna have to get nixed the way we dialed those emergency brakes up to 11. Yes, you're absolutely right. Hey, gosh, were we lucky to have your help with this trial run. My deepest apologies, Hungley, but I regret to inform you that your improvement proposal is hereby denied. There are limits to what can be achieved on site, as it turns out. Huh? Oh, I get it. Spin things that way, and we can sweep it under the rug. Yeah. I don't feel right punishing him when nobody actually got hurt. I don't know. I mean, this isn't exactly honest. If anything, it's just plain lying. Yeah, but Toa, here's the thing. This is what we call a white lie. Right. In other words, it is a lie, but at the same time, this is a case of the truth is going to cause more damage than it will solve. Yeah, exactly. This lie hurts no one. The truth literally fucks a life over. And it could highlight a potential issue that can be re-examined. And then again, I guess that's Crow for you. It's also for a fact, however, that these adjustments were proven to prevent willfully reckless driving. So, this isn't necessarily a complete fabrication, depending on your point of view. Can't say I'm totally on board with the idea, but it certainly is Crow's kind of solution. Well, there you have it, Hungley. Now that the testing process is wrapped up, could you fix those bikes back to the way they were for us? Yeah, denied means denied. Besides, the way they are now is probably more dangerous, ironically enough. So, make sure you get every last one of them back to spec. Hey, capiche? Ish no ifs, ands, or buts. Thank you so much. I'll never forget the kindness you've shown in giving me this second chance. Well, now that that's settled, go and reset those safety devices. Aces on the double. While you focus on that, I'll prepare a report for my superiors. Yes, sir. Alright, next comes the challenging part. Getting ex post facto approval for this trial run. And I'll just have to be careful so that there are no cracks in our story in the future. Well, hey, if you run into any snags down the road, just give me a call. Well, dealing with cases like these is a freelance contractor's specialty. After that, Hung Lee restored the test bikes to their original state. Tao Ming then prepared the documents that would turn this incident into an official test. Thank you once again. This whole affair could have seriously tanked our company's reputation. We did just what we could to help, that's all. Glad to make a difference in the end, though. Take it from somebody who's had a hand in the business. You guys got a lot of stuff going on. I second that. Sure, but we also got a glimpse of the dark side of the industry. Hey, you wouldn't see this sort of thing at Rhineford, or is that just wishful thinking? There were some factional disputes in the past, but it all should be well after the defective measures is elicited. The decisive measures elicited. Measures. Wow. I misread that hard. Oof. Well, unlike them, the Verne Company's organizational structure added a layer of difficulty when it comes to sweeping reforms. Nevertheless, yes, I'm hopeful that this will serve as a springhead toward improving upon these issues, if only slightly. Rest assured, I won't let all the good you've done for us go to waste. We appreciate that. Helping Orbital Bikes reach their new heights and wider audiences is more than enough of a reward for us.
Looks like our work here is done.
Our reward's been deposited.
Cool. Law and chaos. With a double dose of chaos because we swept it under the rug. But again, that's what chaos is for. Or solutions that aren't exactly lawful. Okay.
On my name as the Black Rabbit.
I didn't mean to do that. I don't know how I'm supposed to check if I can get those thingies. guess all that's left is the thingy over here. Lila? Huh? Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule. The requested module is operating well above expectation, so it appears we will be able to finish on schedule. Great! The part of the space program I'm in charge of hits a good stopping point too. Hit a good stopping point too. Still, I never guessed it's what the Tech Union side was up to. It would be nice to take part in it. You're going back on site for the final simulation now, oh, right, Miss Asprof? What the hell? Oh, helmet. We should go drinking once everything's wrapped up. We can even meet in Laburl or even Erebonia. This sounds fun. Not the most flattering abbreviation of associate professor, but oh well. Mint, so this is where you went. Oh, hey guys. Wonderful job on the exercise today. You two were amazing. It was no big deal. Oh, crow. Anyway, thanks for all your help, Esmery. Hey, you ran in measurements with on our machines on top of monitoring the new assault frame, right? We just received the reports earlier. All the Zypha Link figures and improvement proposals will be of great help to the tech team at Thor's. It's the least I could do to pay you back. I am part of the project after all. Ugh, I need Romano. Okay. That's better. Okay. But I gotta say, those Tearfrings sure are impressive. They take so much into account to ensure pilot safety. You can really feel Professor Makarov's painstaking attention at every turn. What can I say? My uncle's really been plugging away since becoming a department head at the Institute of Technology. He's probably just trying to show off his brand new wife, though. Anyway, seeing the three of you here together makes me wonder. Are you here on some errand for the Tech Union, Lila? Indeed. How very perceptive of you. Yep. We've been exchanging information about it. I've heard the rumors, but, side note, why the maid outfit? And so old school, too. It's kind of a rare thing here in the Republic. This is simply the traditional design for Liberlian maid uniforms. Perhaps I should probably introduce myself. I am Lila, a provisional negotiator for Zeiss Central Factory. You have my deepest gratitude for your work in the joint exercise, members of Thoris. Well, that's very kind of you. How to put this, it's a pleasant sentiment in a tickling sort of way. That aside, you said you were a provisional negotiator for ZCF? It's like what Sharon does for Elisa's assistant at RF. I should note that my original duties as a servant lie with someone else entirely. Still, for a number of reasons, I have been entrusted with negotiating on behalf of various parties, ZCF included. As such, it may be that I will have cause to speak with all of you from Thor's again in the future. You see, we look forward to it in that case. The West Lemuria Tech Union, proposed by the Foundation and ZCF, and backed by all sorts of major manufacturers. There sure seems to be a lot going on with them lately. Sure neither of you are in on it? Toa, Allie? No, not at all, but it's seeming like George and Professor Schmidt might be. I have no involvement either, though I do hear that Chief Plato is keeping busy. Well, we'll probably get sounded out eventually. Let's just leave it to our itty-bitty mechanic for now. There's a whole lot of stuff in the works for the future, but you just let me worry about that. I'll get it all polished off perfectamundo. Can't tell what all the hinting's about. Oh, but with you on the job, I'm sure we can rest as uneasy as ever. Wow, rude. Why do I always get the butt monkey treatment? Maybe you don't see it, but they scouted me for my grease monkey skills, and so far, I'm delivering. Besides, back when I first got the offer from, oopsie daisies, almost let the cat out of the bag. Well, we'll trust you until proven otherwise. We'll trust you until proven otherwise, so just be careful with, everything. By the way, you guys are still heading over to Basil's Pride and Joy later, right? Can't expect me not to tag along then. I've been dying to fiddle around with that thing. I guess she could come in handy as far as operation and adjustments go. Okie dokie, now that my business here's done, I'll have to get ready to head back to Zeku. It seems like you're involved in something totally separate from the space program, but I assume this means you'll be prioritizing the ongoing project for now. The simulated flight 8-frame has launched the other day. We launched the other day. It gave us just the data we needed. With it, I can make improvements to our spacesuits and life support equipment. The level we're at, it's already issue-free as is, but I've got to put on the finishing touches for Major Amelia. That's more than a few irons in the fire at once. I hope it all goes well for you. My workload's nothing compared to Young's. But the one I'm more concerned about is Katra. I haven't had much chance to check in on him lately. Plus, the changing of seasons tends to throw him off kilter. How many months' worth did I give him last time? Katra's one of Urquhart's assistants, right? Yep, and a student of Professor Hamilton's to boot. It sounds like he's got a lot of complicated stuff going on with him. I'll probably end up stationed at Zeku for a while after this. Wonder if Katra will be alright, though. Now, how much did I give him last time again? I will confer with Professor Russell on the matter in that case. As one of the individuals who called for the Western Lemuria Tech Union, and she will surely be of aid. Dulling the pain of that Erica mention. Perhaps Miss Tita Russell will as well, considering her track record with ZCF, not to mention as Professor Schmidt's pupil. Okay. That's just all the same. Okay. We got that out of the way. Now... Ah,
Let's make tracks.
next area. Alright, so we got one new shop to visit, and we've got...
Is Daddy gonna be late again?
and we've got a side quest, so... Let's grab that side quest. Oh no, CEO. Oh, boy. There's been some unsavory office gossip among Vern employees and associates about our stunning CEO, Bill Townsend. If it spreads any further and his name gets dragged through the mud, he may be pushed out yet again. Would you be able to look into the rumors? I can provide more details if you come to the tunnel entrance west of the artisanal district. All right.
See, they're using some
Right out that
seriously
way.
impressive technology.
You Cohen, the Vern CEO's secretary? We saw your post on the bulletin board. Indeed I am. You must be the group from Thor's Military Academy then. I've heard talk that you've been carrying out 4 SPGs in that spring instead. Yes. Assuming you have no issue with that, may we hear the details of your request? It was in regard to negative rumors going around about Mr. Townsend, as I recall. Correct. I actually think an outside party without any preconceptions will provide a more impartial perspective. See, I'm rather hesitant to divulge any details at HQ, hence why we're having this conversation out here. Guess it'd be problematic if someone from the Vern Company overheard, huh? Yes, it's for that reason that I want to investigate it as confidentially as possible. Ray and Chaos. Yeah, I don't even know how to really check how to get the orb, other than to go through the entirety of the 4th domain again. Yeah. I don't even know how to tell once I'm in there, is my point. We accept. As it happens, we chatted briefly with Mr. Townsend earlier. Even knowing his indiscretion last year, he seemed nothing if not sincere about making up for it. If a man like that is having his reputation tarnished, we can't just leave it unaddressed. Much obliged. I'll feel more at ease with your assistance. It'd be kind of a letdown if the rumors turned out to be true, though. The guy's a one-man shooting range of easy targets anyway. Doesn't seem like that big of a deal, really. What exactly is the nature of these rumors? The CEO has come under 3 separate allegations from what I've heard. 2 of them are even accompanied by photographs. And those photos are being spread too? How ruthless. But by the same token, it means there's actual physical evidence fueling the gossip. Yes, if possible, I'd like you if you could verify said photos for yourselves to inform your verdict. Understood. Good. We'll be sure to look into that as well. First things first, let's try and get in touch with those who've heard the rumors. Yeah, I'd like to hear people's takes on them, and not to mention what it is they're actually saying. If it's public perception you're looking for, then the wider net we cast, the better. We should try asking a receptionist in that case. They'd come into contact with a good variety of personnel and information. It would also be a good idea to find someone from a Vern subsidiary or a divisional employee with corporate and departmental connections. Thank you again for going into all this effort. Do get in touch if you learn anything. Right. I can't say for sure how much help it'll be, but we'll see how far our outside perspective can take us to start.
Let's see what we can do.
Alright.
You're using some seriously impressive technology.
Luigi's car, it'll come out perfect.
Not the Giz Card Workshop. Don't need that. I do need, though.
Running a search.
That wasn't what I needed, but whatever. Grab it. Well, I might as well get the shopping out of the way. Ah. We'll talk to them.
What do you
after.
have? Come again.
Yep. I guess I need to go this way then. Ah, there we go.
Performing search.
Let's grab those while I'm here.
I have something to ask you.
Yeah, I've heard the rumors. They've been circulating around the workshops and companies in our supplier network. Heard something about him having seedy underworld connections or whatnot. We're referring to the same Bill Townsend, correct? He doesn't really seem the type somehow. Last I remember, he was so clueless about Almada that he missed them scurrying around right under his nose. Don't suppose there's any proof? Well, there's this quote-unquote photographic evidence going around. See for yourself. Feels a little less underworldly and more underwhelming. Yeah, agreed. Apart from him, though, it doesn't seem all that condemning. Not to mention they're meeting in broad daylight. Yeah, I couldn't say what exactly, but there could easily be an innocent explanation behind this. Maybe, but you've still got people buying into it, including some of the artisans we work with. Personally, I reserve the right to stay silent. You have to wonder where the story even came from, though. That's a good point. Knowing the source could change the context entirely. Setting that aside, who could have possibly taken this photograph? Provided this meeting was private, there are only so many who could have been present. True enough, though, which would mean someone involved snapped the picture with an ulterior motive. Though, of course, if they didn't meet in secret, and we can't be sure it wasn't a coincidental shot from an unrelated passerby. Either way, it feels malicious. Sure does. Someone went real out of their way to create this evidence. Gotta keep that in mind while we think this through. Yeah. know what? Let's try heading Newtown.
Let's head off.
Just to be safe side. I am going until 2. Because I kind of need to stop at 2.
Back in sector sometime tonight.
'Cause I'm going to be going to work today.
I have something to ask you.
Oh yeah, word is that the rumor mill is going wild over at Vern HQ. Ooh, the ones going around on the subsidiary I work at are based on some audio of the CEO's remarks. Not that anyone knows when or where it was actually recorded. Is that right? Would you be okay with sharing it with us? Sure, have a listen. This company belongs to me. Hey, our subsidiaries are disposable. Oh, nice body on you. And there you have it. This recording's been a 3-for-1 fountain of gossip. Of stuff like him misappropriating the company, or belittling our subsidiaries, or committing sexual harassment behind closed doors. I see, there's a lot of noise in it. Though, to the point where it's sort of tough to make out what he's saying. And even aside from that, something about it just felt off somehow. The audio was choppy at points in addition to the noise. There's a possibility it was edited to sound like this. Now that you mention it, the way the words flowed, it felt unnatural too. Ew. That said, it does sound like Mr. Townsend. Gets me curious how the recording was made. Going by the tones of his voice, it doesn't sound like it was from a public meeting or anything. Odds are that someone who is there recorded him maliciously, but whom? File that next to the question of our mystery photographer. Thanks for your input. I think we have a better grasp of the situation now. Oh, no worries. I'm glad I could help. And our next stop is Vern HQ itself.
Yo, got a sec?
Yeah, that audio sounded way too what the fuck. Yes, I did hear there were allegations against Mr. Townsend. Few employees genuinely believed them, of course, but it still led to a loss of trust on some level. A few employees actually believe it. They're semi-convinced, in other words. If you don't mind me asking, were you yourself told any of these rumors directly? Yes, a colleague passed along this photo, though I can't say where it originated from. Oh, damn, old man's got game when he puts his mind to it. Is that your only takeaway? This picture appears to show the CEO enjoying a night out with a young woman, leading some staff to believe he's been caught in a honey trap and is leaking company secrets. Naturally, I put no stock in this, but I am curious what the actual scene was being depicted. There's definitely a sort of cheerfulness to it that comes off a little surprising. Even so, they're only conversing. I have no question whether any conclusions can be drawn from that. You're right. Normally, it would take a lot more than this to stir these sorts of rumors. Oops. I get the sense that whoever's spreading them has a personal bone to pick with Mr. Townsend. One way or another, it's too little to make a judgment call on. We can't say that there's absolutely zero chance this thing is legit. Still, a photo this innocuous shouldn't be spreading rumors like wildfire. Yeah, it comes off a little forced to me. Might want to consider the possibility that someone's fanning the flames on purpose. Right, let's keep that in mind while mulling over the other rumors over. Thank you for your time. We know you must be busy right now. Oh, not at all. Any disparagement against our CEO is just as much a concern of mine. I'm happy to have been of service. Okay, that about covers all three allegations against Mr. Townsend. Yeah, except all the evidence was either half-assed or inconclusive, which makes it all the stranger that the rumors have spread this quickly. And even with the flimsiest proof, some people are still believing it. Going by how the photos look, though, I think we can assume that they weren't faked or taken accidentally. The recordings, though, did sound unnatural, but even then, it was still his actual voice. Honestly speaking, if you consider everything we've learned as a whole, how to put this, it feels like Mr. Townsend is being framed here. Thinking about it from that angle explains a lot. Not hard to imagine. We were just talking about how much of a kick-me sign he is. Well, not to be a bummer, but it's still just one theory out of who knows how many. Indeed, what we need is some corroboration. Okay, in that case, we should go get some from the CEO himself. Steering us right into the eye of the storm, huh? There's no better place to verify the truth of all of this. Even if the rumors are legitimate, it will probably need to sound out his situation anyhow. Good point. I'll give him a call so he knows we're coming. Okay, he said he can spare some time, so we're welcome to stop by. We can find him over at the Institute of Science. Off we go then. Alright.
Let's vamoose.
No, that doesn't strike. Rex's crap is too. Rex's photos are better than that crap. So this is the Basel Institute of Science, the Republic's premier bastion of education and research, responsible for driving its technological growth. Feels pretty different from the Ruhr Institute of Technology, right? Even if on first impression they seem about the same. They're both scientific institutes, so they do both cover the sciences: physics, biology, chemistry, and information. Though unlike Ruhr, they focus on research as opposed to manufacturing. They state that the Institute of Science has long cooperated with Basel's Artisans Guild. They're actually established the Verne Company together. That's why the factories and local companies often test their prototypes. I see. So it's their history that makes cooperation between industry and the university possible. The things that set it apart from Ruhr would also be due to that history, right? Looks like they just finished a test. I guess wherever you go, students make the same faces after they finished an exam. Reminds me of the kids at Thor's Branch campus. I'm feeling a little nostalgic myself. I bet. Come on, the test's done. We should be able to go in now. That's where we're headed, right? Yep, the continent's largest state-of-the-art observatory. My grandpa visited it long ago. Sorry again for making you all go out here with me. You don't have to apologize. I'm actually looking forward to it. Though it might be a little early to be stargazing. Then why don't we take a little tour of this fancy institution? Good point. Some of the people who were at the event earlier are here, as well as some folks from Verne. Maybe we should plan to say hello to them too. But of course, well, shall we begin our tour of the school then?
Care to to stop by for a breather? What can I get for you? Hope it's to your satisfaction.
Thank you.
Grab that. Head over here. I'm guessing this one over here is the bulletin board. Yep. Might as well grab this over here. Alright. Oh yeah, I should also...
Let's search around.
Might as well also see if we can spot the,
Performing search.
Alright. Oh! Well, look here, look who it is. Kincaid and Cronkite. We have obtained the necessary data, correct? Indeed, and based on that, I shall be making further adjustments to the airframe and external units, which means I'll need to return to Zeku Space Base as planned. Understood. Safe travels, then. Oh, it's you. Well done during today's exercise. We've managed to obtain some excellent data. I think we saw each other at the get-together briefly. If I could, I'd like to take this chance to say hello properly, Professor Cronkite, and thank you for your part in the exercise. I hear our mint might have been a little pest during the event. It's nothing to concern yourselves with. We both did what we had to increase the probability of success. I couldn't help but overhear, Professor. So you're heading back to Zeku Space Base? Yes, I intend to travel with Major Amelia and the others by airship. I won't be able to enjoy this town's coffee for a while, but we all must make sacrifices. There is still so much that needs to be done. Adjustments to the machine, analysis of the satellite data. I had heard he was taking on the majority of the technological and operational aspects of Project Startaker. It's no surprise it's keeping him happy, keeping him busy. And he doesn't seem to be at least the least bit fatigued. He really is a genius. We won't take up any more of your time. We just wanted to say thank you. And what about you? Heading back to the base with the professor? No, I intend to stay in Basel for a while. Everything at the space base is on track. They don't need me at the moment. But there is some things in Basel that require my attention. Something that requires his attention here? Now? I see. Sounds like you're busy too. Then we should probably leave you to it then, shouldn't we? Thank you for your understanding. The fewer distractions, the better. Just can't help the snide remarks, can you? I won't be long. It won't be long until you're used to it. Now, I've already told you what I'm doing. Is there something? If there's nothing else, then I suggest making the most of your time and touring the campus. That's just what we were planning. Thanks for your consideration. You take care as well, Professor. Of course, I had no intention of doing otherwise, but I'll accept your well wishes. Yeah. I acquired significantly better data than I expected from the exercise. You have my gratitude, Thors. Now, when I return to base, I can provide feedback to Excalibur. As I previously notified you, you'll all be invited to the ceremony in the capital the day after tomorrow. As long as you get there on time, you'll have unrestricted access. You can freely explore as much as you'd like. Hey, if I remember correctly, you're going to be taking a look at the observatory, right? I'm sure you're all exhausted, so try to get some rest. Oh, finally, I see that's a delivery. Sheesh. success of the project, I would imagine, Rex, or for their...
The Basel Institute of Science. I feel like there's a lot I can learn here.
Yeah, there's no question this is the finest academy Calvert has to offer.
Can't help but imagine what campus life would have been like here.
Then shall we look around? We can wait to go see the stars until after it gets dark.
Okay.
Be sure to eat a balanced diet, you hear?
What can I get for you?
Thanks a bunch.
Hello? My goodness, I had my own reservations about Mr. Townsend's reinstatement, but as I understand it, everything seems to be going smoothly. You have my support. Thank you so much. I'm ashamed to have caused you trouble last year, Your Highness. I will never make the same mistake again. I will dedicate myself to this company. Well, you did a lot of dubious things last year, but there's no denying your skill in bringing together various industries over the years. With courage, you're sure to lead Vern in the right direction. Indeed, I'll be counting on you, Townsend. There's more to discuss, but it appears we have some guests. Ah, it's all of you. Sorry, it looks like you're in the middle of something. We didn't mean to interrupt. It's no problem at all. We've already finished the complicated business. If you'd like, why don't you join us? I see. Sounds like there's a lot of strong opinions about Townsend's return as the CEO back in Elsom. It can't be helped. They've invested quite a lot after all. That said, it feels like more and more people are willing to give me a second chance. Considering your achievements and the sincerity you've displayed since your return, it's not hard to see why. I had a talk with him myself. It's convinced me that he is the right man for the job, I'm sure of it. And I intend to encourage my father to give his support as well. That's a lot more generous than I'd expect. Well, Professor Hamilton made the request. Seeing how much she's done for our nation, we can't just ignore what she says. Even the professor supported my return. I fear I'll never be able to return the favor. Ha! Not that she'd ever abandon you, given her humanity and moral obligations. It sounds like everyone really loves and trusts the professor. She definitely has a different style from Professor Schmidt and the others. They're as obvious as it is. Yeah, I'd say that goes without saying. Blah. What? Hell? Hang on. My one text box here is a little weird. My gameplay positive suddenly has like a large amount of frickin' space times the space bar was hit apparently. There we go. Did it the faster way. Whoops. I think I may have accidentally deleted one of my positives. There we go. I'm just gonna have to double check that. Give me a second. Should be at 117. Yes, I did. There we go. I should double check my others and make sure. Looks like the others are all good. Good. Oof. That is annoying. She is certainly special among Epstein's disciples. She has a philosophy of getting close to people and supporting them all equally. That's the cornerstone of all her research. And no matter how much times change, her self-sacrificing nature never does. It isn't just whole countries indebted to her, but entire generations. I was lucky enough to work with her long ago on a variety of her projects, and each time I've seen the problems of the people, I've recognized that she was truly saving them. Well, I haven't gotten to join her on the eastern part of the continent, and I'm sure they're even more grateful to her. Even in Elsam, our appreciation for her is deep in our roots. For years, the professor has been in the intermediary between Elsam and the Republic when it comes to the sharing technological advancements. Since we owe a lot of our mineral resources, we owe a lot to our mineral resources, but the development of our nation can be traced back to her influence. I think it's easier for us to feel close to her since she's half Central Eastern. I worked with the professor on behalf of the ICO, and it seems she's loved throughout the Central East, not just Elsam. And don't forget her undiscriminating love for all. People everywhere feel a strong bond with the professor. Even at the Foundation, everyone talks about her character and achievements. She's really so much more than I had been led to believe back in the Empire. You know, all of the big mistakes I made were while she was away. She actually was a huge help as a consultant to the Verne Company. But I can't lean on her any longer. I have to guide the Verne Company forward with my own two hands. Hearing all of this is just another reminder of the professor's character. Yeah, I wish I could have talked with her now more. If you're staying in the Republic, then you may get another chance. For now, would you like to take a look inside the Institute? Yes, we would. We should still be open for a while yet, so feel free to take a look around. Oops. And if you run into any problems, just let me know. Thank you again for your help. Sorry we interrupted. We'll make sure to enjoy our tour of the campus. Professor Hamilton has been a great help to Elsam over a great many years. She returned greenery to our capital and made many environmental and infrastructural improvements. I hope to someday repay her for all she's done. It seems you've become more dependable, though you still need to back it up with your actions. However, if you end up making a fool of yourself again, I'm gonna kick your ass. Got it? Right, I won't betray your trust. Alright. And now for meeting with him. Him about the allegations. I understand you've something new to discuss, members of Thor's Military Academy. Yes, thank you for your time. You see, we were hoping to get your assistance with a request we're undertaking. Is that right? I'll help in whatever way I can then. What is it you wish to ask? Well, our client wants us to investigate some wild rumors going around. Hear anything about a scandal rocking the Verne Company right now by chance? You mean to say there is one? If so, I'll have to deal with it post-haste. This is the first he's heard of it. It evidently doesn't seem like he thinks it could apply to him in any way either. Wow, he really has no idea, does he? Better get down to brass tacks then. I'll be blunt, Mr. Towson. The rumors we're looking into are regarding you. They include some audio and photographic evidence, and we'd like you to fact check if that's all right. What? About me? Ugh, I don't believe I've done anything wrong, though. Please, tell me more. I will try with all sincerity to explain myself however I am able. First, there's this picture of you who's speaking with a young woman. Ah, her. I believe she was a job hunting student that I interviewed recently. A job hunting student? Yes, she came a long way from the countryside for our appointment, after which she did some sightseeing in town. This photo must be of when I chanced upon her in town. She said hello, and I offered her some encouragement. But who in the world would take a photo of that, and why? That's not as juicy as I was gearing up for. I mean, it's Townsend. I don't think he would actually go for that. Feels way more on brand, though. No, this guy and Lady Killer don't exactly go hand in hand. Guys! And what about this photo? It seems you're giving some the impression that you have connections with the underworld. Ah, this person is the executive director of a trading company. We've known each other for a long time now. His eyes are rather sensitive, so he's often wears sunglasses on days the sun is particularly bright. As it happens, everyone in the sales department at our headquarters knows him, so you're welcome to speak with them if you have any doubts. I see. Then, what about this recording? Our areas are disposable. Oh, audio. What's this? It certainly sounds like me, but I don't recall saying anything of the sort. There are indications that the audio was deliberately spliced. Do you recall any remarks you've made that it could have been edited together in this way? This company belongs to me. That bit does bring something to mind. It was during a private conversation between Cohen and myself not too long ago. If memory serves, I said something along the lines of, "This company is my life, so to speak. All responsibility for it belongs to me." Yeah, that tracks. Our subsidiaries are to be handled with careful consideration. We must first dispose of their concerns in an orderly, dependable, fast manner. Nice work, Eric. But you mustn't overstrain yourself. It'll all be for nothing if your body gives out on you. Assuming you recall correctly, then it's definitely plausible those sound bites were clipped from that conversation. And if you two were talking one-on-one when it was recorded, it's all come together. Should have figured as much. Yeah, this seems to be a setup from start to finish. Ish, what do you want to do now, Reen? Well, we've come this far. I think it only makes sense for us to lay it all here to the man himself and get his cooperation. This won't be easy to discuss, but from the what the circumstances suggest. So you were investigating at Cohen's request, then? At the risk of echoing him, I'm inclined to ask that you get to the bottom of these baseless hoaxes myself. Yes, of course. We may just be Spriggans by proxy, but we'll give it our all. Not that we don't already have a grasp of what's going on here. The key now is pinpointing who's behind it all. The perpetrator had to be capable of procuring those photos and that recording, as well as propagating word of them within the company. And that, what's more, potentially stand to gain from framing Mr. Townsend. Right. Narrow down the suspects, and the one who spread the discrimination can only be Cohen himself. none other than Cohen, your secretary and our client. He was in a position to prepare the photos and audio by himself. No, how can that possibly be? It's true that he is present at every occasion, but this is only conjecture based on circumstantial evidence, of course, but the likelihood is high. Didn't he himself hire you to investigate these false accusations, though? Actually, that's what struck out to me from the get-go. He asked us to investigate the rumors themselves, but not their source. Ah. Yeah, that was the only part that was tripping me up, but Cohen is the only one that made any sense to me. And he didn't say a word about putting a stop to them either. If anything, it sounded as if he saw what he sought from us was verification. Following that train of thought, maybe his aim was to have us confirm the rumors as unbiased outsiders. That way, we'd help to solidify and spread them even further. Roundabout doesn't even begin to describe that, but had we taken the bait, it could have been hit the final nail in the coffin. Cohen was appointed by Director Durek, a member of our board who took over as CEO during my dismissal. He's proven highly capable, but we haven't been acquainted for very long, so there's much I don't know about him on a personal level. Would you object to me calling for him right now? I must learn whether he is truly the culprit, and if so, what his motivations are. And those are things I ought to hear from the man's own mouth. Mr. Townsend, I understand. Go ahead and call Cohen over. We have to relay the results of our investigation to him anyway. You ready to report on the request? I didn't realize the CEO himself would be present for it. Let me begin with a rundown of what we've uncovered during the course of our investigation. Explain. Making sure to express that they had clearly been disseminated with malicious intent. In short, you've concluded that Mr. Townsend is free from fault. Very well then, I'll continue digging into the rumors myself and see if I can't determine the origin. That's quite enough, Cohen. All I want to know is, was this your doing? So that's it. You've managed to figure me out. I expected a third party would be quickly deceived, but evidently that wasn't the case. Yeah, the thing is, dude, you picked Reen as the one to pin this on. Actually, the sad thing is that you would have been, no, what am I thinking? You would have been fucked no matter which group took on this quest. No, like straight up, you would have been fucked no matter which quest you've been taken on. Rufus would have seen through your bullshit almost immediately. We're seeing the results of Reen, and I'm sorry, but if Arkwright Solutions' main group were here, you'd be sniffed out in seconds by Catra. Hell, Catra probably could have soloed this quest by himself and exposed you. Without Theo and Saros, I feel like me saying. Actually, that would have been interesting. Now that I'm saying that out loud. Yeah, Van would have sniffed it out easily. And hell, like I said, Catra by himself could have sniffed this out. Now that I'm caught, there's nothing to be done. I resign myself to whatever punishment you deem sufficient. Just as we thought. Hiring us really was a ploy to push your smear campaign. But why? What could drive an outstanding secretary like you to do such a thing? We're well past the point of words by now, but I'll tell you this much. I only acted with the good of the company in mind. Good of the company? That is the most I can say. Is that because you're trying to protect someone who's also a part of this? Come to think of it, he was appointed by the previous CEO, right? If you put two and two together... Bullseye. Hey, be straight with us here. Was he the guy who put you up to this? As I already stated, I acted with the good of the company in mind, full stop. He didn't outright deny it, which is a near surefire sign Duroc is involved. I just couldn't accept the idea of entrusting the Vern Company to you again, Townsend. In focusing solely on profits and gains, you failed to prevent what happened to Professor Callahan or manage the litigations between our affiliates. Your reinstatement as CEO not only defies all sense, it robs the company of the opportunity to change. Mr. Duroc should be in your place instead, steering us toward reform. I acknowledge that I've yet to fully earn your trust, just as I acknowledge my past transgressions. However, that's all the more reason why I must make amends with my own two hands. It is toward that aim that I reassumed my position. I'm well aware of Duroc's capabilities, as well as the reliance so many employees place in him. But even still, I refuse to capitulate. Not to a man who'd stoop to reclaiming power through vile mudslinging. Mr. Townsend, and just how genuine is that determination? I pledge to not only rise up on the backs of my past failings, but achieve results that more than outweigh them. In this way, I will strive to become a man worthy of confidence, yours and Duroc's both. So you needn't place your faith in me on the spot. All I ask for now is that you give me the chance. At least until such time that I can repay this company in what way I am able. Mr. Townsend, you really have changed. Compared to you, Director Duroc and I, go and wait in the other room for now. I will inform you when the consequences of your actions are decided. Allow me to express my gratitude once again. It's because of you that these malicious rumors have been stemmed. That being said, I'll have to fix whatever foibles of mine allowed this to occur without me noticing. What about the turncoat? You gotta give him the boot at the very least. That wouldn't be the end of it, though. If it turns out the previous CEO really is involved to any extent, quite so. If you don't mind, may I ask your suggestions on how to approach this, just for my consideration? I'd appreciate your objectivity as a third party, not to mention the ones who actually solved this problem. Arkwright Solutions often provides consultations of this nature after completing their jobs, as I understand it. You want our advice? Well, alright. It's not my area of expertise, but I'll try to come up with something. What kind of middle ground would Arkwright propose in this situation? Blackmail the both of them. Blackmail's not my style. I don't feel comfortable doing blackmail. Corner. This should be just good enough, I think. The proper course is to take this issue to court, but that would also mean exposing the company's weakness to the world at large. A happy medium would be to put it on the agenda at a board meeting and sort it out privately instead. That may be as far as saving face is concerned. However, doing so would sow discord within the board of directors itself. I still have our operational stability to consider, factional tensions to keep in check. But on the other hand, this could be your big break. Play that meeting right, and you can gain some solid ground out of this ordeal. Yeah, even if the board ultimately decides to punish these wrongdoings publicly, if all goes well, you may be able to reassert your place at the helm of the company. When you put it that way, I can certainly see how it might lead to a more corporate unity. But is that really within my capabilities? No, hesitating at this juncture would strip at my reinstatement of all meaning. Very well. For the sake of pulling this company back together, I will have this matter addressed internally. Oh my God. Idiots above, to think they'd resort to character assassination to try and force my resignation. If it weren't for all of you, I might not have been even noticed. My deepest thanks to that. Think nothing of it. We were just carrying out our proxy work as best we could. I'm sure Arkwright and his team would have found a better way to resolve this. No need to be modest. You've presented a satisfactory compromise, of which I have no complaint. As for your payment, expect a transfer from my end. Thanks, but if you really want to do us a favor, try being less of a sitting duck from now on. Yeah, maybe cover up a few of those easy targets painted all over you. Guys, shush! Honest to a fault as ever. That's quite alright. It's a fact that my vulnerabilities invite exploitation, and as evidenced by today. As such, I intend to consider this a lesson learned, a call for me to shape up and run this company with grit and resolve. Perhaps this debacle was simply a trial of sorts, a chance for me to make a fresh start. Well, it's been a privilege helping you weather it. I don't mean to sound too forward, but know that you have our support, Mr. Towson. And you mine, members of Thor's Military Academy, in all your future endeavors. Thus did Towson turn an unforeseen setback into an opportunity to recommit it to his chosen course. He then returned to his work with a sense of pride and purpose.
Living up to the hype.
Mira for our efforts.
Gray is now at level 3. Obtained Merrick Ray. Hey now. Cool. Alright. Well, I guess we can go and check the Garten again. There's Gray Alignment 3.
We earned it.
And then there's both Law and Gray Alignment.
Well done.
Alright, cool. Alright, next. Let's take a look at Mara Gray. So, evasion 50%, and attack stats up by 12%, and defense up by 24%, speed plus 36%, and move plus 4, 15% and regen, HP regen after acting, evasion counter damage plus 80%.
On my name as the Black Rabbit.
So I'd be seeing a mark on one of these doors if it was in there, Rexor. Doesn't show up in the overview. Alright, that means I basically have to choose one and go for it. Well, this one's got more pawns, so let's go for it.
Well, let us begin.
Yeah, apparently there is one. Okay. I will go grab it.
My, what a crowd.
There, memento.
Do your work.
Ready to go. I'll cover you. Allow me.
Just try me.
On your cue.
Here.
Too easy. That fight felt pretty good. Your skill with the blade is remarkable, Elaine.
Alright.
Let's get this rolling. Take it down.
Now, let's be on our way. A fearsome place. Time to get serious.
Show what you're really capable of.
Home and field.
Not done yet.
Enemy suppressed. Nice work.
Well then, away we go.
Spot enemy. Deploy shards.
Elaine!
Okay.
Just try me.
I'll help out.
Sucker!
There we go.
Here for you.
Yeah, sure. Got you.
You're mine.
Count on me.
Too slow.
For good measure.
Payback time.
Double whammy, screw you.
Payback time.
Following up. They're down.
Just try it. Payback time.
Time for a little payback. Van. Elaine.
Here.
Please. Pitiful.
On to you, Arkwright.
Following up.
There we go.
You picked the wrong guy to fight.
Thanks for helping, Van. Well, well, what a nice little chest.
Oh, and I need freaking.
Looks like the gun's on here.
Let's go. You snooze, you lose. You picked the wrong guy to fight. Couldn't ask for better. Okay, let's go.
We made quick work of that.
Take them! Strike all at once! Take that! Now you've done it!
Oh, god damn you. Get it out of here.
My, they didn't put up much of a fight, did they?
Perfect as always, Ren. There! Now you've done it!
Oh, come on! That's why that Indian Amanda shit
get too
can go to hell.
Following up.
My chance!
Too slow.
Here for you.
Yeah, he's got like half of his HP, and he can be just put in, and he can just put me in frickin' enemy advantage, which is garbage.
Too slow.
When I'm low on HP, fine, whatever. Whatever, but
See you again.
but when I've got more than half, fuck no.
That fight felt pretty good.
Really something.
Alright. Alright, I don't need to clear this out. I was only here for the orb
Stage
anyway.
clear.
Golden ring and hit 1 and 2. Okay.
Let's continue.
Sure. Let's go for the palms.
Sharp boost opportunity available.
On your
Go
cue.
with-
Need help?
There we go.
Let's continue.
Well, I didn't see a
now.
exit thing, so I so it's like, okay.
We should go on the attack.
Not that I cared for that.
Brace yourself. We're done. Just try me.
There we go.
Where should we go next?
Oh, if I press the fast travel button. But okay, so yay, we have monster chest. That's back. The mechanic that nobody in their right fucking mind wanted back.
Ring. Please.
Have some more. It's yours, Ren. Caught out. Ready to assist.
Following up.
On guard. Just try me.
That was actually in the end.
Payback time.
Let's continue.
Monster chest fights tend to be some of the more,
Treasure
more
acquired.
irritating fights in the whole thing. So, all right, we're done. I did not go to clear any Garten things. Oh, duh. Go view that, and also see about the other thing, which I'm sure. Yeah, of course, the next one. Okay. Still, it's still funny that Kevin's route is so little right now. Anyways, here comes the third one. The Searing Flare and Glacial Remake. Looks like it's about Leon and Solis. The Dominions, those who bear the marks of power. These members of the Grolsritter are miracle bringers, whose order has persisted through the past millennium. However, they tend to act alone. Outside of occasions where they need to travel by air in their Merkaba, the power contained in their stigmas make traveling alone much easier. It is relatively uncommon to see knights and squires working outside of very small groups, and even less common to see dominions work together. Further, it is even more unlikely to see a pair truly learn to cooperate and think of each other as partners over an extended period of time. Nevertheless, in the current era, two centuries into the still young millennium, there exists two such unique stigma bearers. The searing flare, and the glacial remain. Hey, their contrasting natures are may ultimately be the reason fate saw fit to bring them together. Their historic contrast is much the same way, parallel yet uneven. The woman now known as the Searing Flare was once a girl from a provincial town on the outskirts of their on the outskirts of the continent. Born and raised in the slums, she had no family to speak of, but she took care of the other orphans, and they looked up to her like a big sister. In order to survive in such a place, theft and violence were daily occurrences, but the children made sure to not cross certain lines. A traveling nun would sometimes come by to visit, and though the girl found her annoying, she cared deeply for her and all the other children. However, when the girl was about 13 years old, she and the rest of the children fell prey to a human trafficking group and were kidnapped. Upon finding out, the traveling nun immediately flew to their aid, giving no thought whatsoever to the danger it may pose to herself. Meanwhile, the traffickers were preparing to torment the poor girl, but as they approached her, her stigma suddenly awakened. In an overwhelming display of force, a sea of raging flames engulfed the men. Their screams of agony began to frighten the other children, and shaken by how they now looked at her with fear, those flames began to dim. Taking advantage of the situation, the first of the traffickers to be struck by the flames, aimed his pistol at the girl and pulled and a dull shot rang out. And as the girl looked down, she saw the traveling nun, Sister Ortesia, lying on the ground before her, a bloody hole in her body.
Damn it! I was too late.
As the girl slowly processed what was happening, a burly middle-aged priest ran up to the scene. He quickly knocked the man with the gun unconscious and examined the nun. However, it was eminently clear that she was mortally wounded.
Thank the goddess. You're all safe. Please, live. Give meaning to the fact that you were brought into this world.
Don't give me that crap! What's the point if you just die instead?
No, okay, no, that's going back. I am so sick of this white text on white background and crap. Ugh. Like that is still bugging me. That has started bugging me again. God damn it. That is going back on there. The man known as the Glacial Reem, he was once a boy born in the Erebonian Empire. The third son of a Viscount, even from a young age, he would often speak as if he could see right through people. He could also predict misfortune and perform feats impossible for a human being. Impossible for a human being. This led to those around him, even his family, shunning the boy.
That uncle of mine and the rest of your family are a cruel lot. If no one else will, allow me to be your ally.
Amidst all of this, there was one soul who treated him with kindness, a young man who was his cousin from another branch of the family. But even this kindness was false. He had a loathsome hidden agenda, and even more horrific dark side. I'm not hating the scenes, Raxor. I'm hating the presentation. There's a difference. The scenes have been fucking good. It have actually been pretty good for the most part. It's just it's hard to enjoy when the game doesn't realize, oh wait, we can actually do what the entire rest of the game does and put a freaking text box filter. The fact that it just suddenly forgets that it does that is like, I'm sorry, what? Make the text black in that case. Speaking of, this one, and I'm pretty sure I'm probably going to end up giving a positive to, just because it gives us some good background info on Celeste and Leon. But even this kindness was false, as he had a loathsome hidden agenda and an even more horrific dark side. The year before, a loathsome cult had been eradicated in a secret international operation, and he was one of the priests, having escaped detection. Hell, actually, this is a perfect example here. You notice how they dimmed the frickin' brightness on this scene to make the text easier to read. Yeah, it's not consistent, and that is the problem with it. Which is also why I format my document the way it is too, for the record, because that's up in the presentation section. Because I always go presentation, characters, moments. That is always how I've structured my well, I shouldn't say always, but that is how I've structured my documents post Cold Steel 4, because I feel that makes the document easier to read. And that also helps. When they're voiced, it's not as hard. But the problem is that the text and the background blur, and it gives me a headache, which doesn't help. In order to gain power enough to rebuild his cult, he sought to force the boy's powers out of control to kill the Viscount's family. But the boy, despite once admiring his cousin's keen intellect, saw through to his true objective before that could come to pass. The boy successfully took hold of the power spilling out of him and manifested it as a freezing flame.
You monster! Ah!
But even after easing his cousin and all the remnants of his cult held solid, the power overflowing from the boy would not cease.
He was right. I'm nothing more than a monster. It would be best if the provincial army dealt with me.
Caught in a spiraling mix of fear and desperation, the boy was snapped back to his senses when a deep, warm voice called out to him.
Thank goodness I made it in time. You need not worry any longer, lad.
Who are you?
With that, the incident was resolved, and the boy's cousin, along with the rest of the remaining cult members, were placed under arrest. Despite the boy having saved both families from his cousin, they feared a scandal and continued to vilify him as a monster. Enraged at this, the elderly priest roared at them like a lion, then took the bewildered young boy to his new home in a faraway country. It was under the old lion's tutelage where the searing flame and the glacial ream would finally meet. They became sibling pupils, only 3 years apart in age, though in the beginning they got along like oil and water. I mean, yeah. A year later, they were assigned to an incident in northeast Zemuria. After many trials, they completed their mission, and their relationship improved ever so slightly. Afterward, they were each granted a Merkaba. Yeah, you're kind of testing. You're kind of testing the her patience on that though, right now, aren't you, Leon? Convincing her to be a booth babe. I would so have loved to have seen that. I so would have loved to have seen that conversation. Like, how did you convince her to do that? Oh yeah, I do agree. I like this one. As the well, we know how Gaius got his stigma. It was passed as from Beauregard to him. How Beauregard did that, we still don't fully have an explanation on, but that's what it was. Yeah, it's an outlier, exactly. Because that's the only time that's ever been there, ever. Yeah. Because every other stigma we've ever learned about was awakened from within the Dominion themselves. Celeste, Leon, and Kevin, and hell, even Wazzy are all like that. And as far as we know, Thomas is the same way too. Since then, they've spent many years working together and have formed a mutual bond of trust, the likes of which is hard to come by. Which begs the question of why the hell he's testing it, but why the hell our glacial ream is testing that, but okay, I'll stop. Anyways, So there we go. Okay. Okay.
You can count on me for support.
Oh yeah, I guess we can just go ahead and get this. This full
I feel reinvigorated.
You can count on me for support. How would you like to spend your points?
Put it down to 800? Yeah, I could. Shop discounts requires 250. Ew. But you know what?
Functions
yeah, I'd rather do
updated.
that. I'd rather do
You can do all. Here's our selection. Much appreciated. Item services then? Here's our selection.
I suppose I should check my thingy. Alright, yeah, let's open up some slots while we're here. Yeah, might as well. Yeah, let's open up one more slot. Okay. So yeah, now Reens
Much
is done.
appreciated. Be careful out there.
Alright. 3 memento orbs viewed.
Well done.
Which gives us U material pluses. And we get
Well
20 Reen skill stones. Okay. Well, in that case.
I'm just getting started. Greater heights await. Greater heights await.
There we go. I'm almost tempted to just use them all and just frickin' get him up. It just beef up Reen. Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Why don't I just do that? I've got the damn points for it. Might as well just go for it. Fuck.
I'm just getting started. Greater heights await. I'm just getting started.
Oh! No. There.
I'm just getting started.
We'll use Reen's points. That's cool. Actually, what's Fee's color? Red. Okay. What about Crow's? Crow is blue. Yeah, I kind of want to get his up.
Just gonna keep plowing along. Just gonna keep plowing along.
Oh, it's different ones.
Ha! That's the ticket.
That means I'm gonna have to focus on that later. Red. Those are all red. This is blue. That's gold.
There's still room for refinement. There's still room for refinement. There's still room for
Oops.
refinement. There's still room for refinement.
There we go. Okay.
On to greater heights. I'll hone it further.
There we go.
I'll hone it further.
There we go.
Nice! I'm flying high! Still a long haul to go. Still a long haul to go.
There, getting it down to an art form.
Cool. Alright. Cool. Alrighty. What am I doing for the orbs? I guess I could do a few of them.
Would you care to decrypt a grimoire? Of course. Allow me. Wow, so many sparkles.
Nadia's Pit Girl ribbon, Ren's Pit Girl crown, Catcher's swimsuit, gem card for Altina, Aaron's swimsuit with the top, Fairies with the top, Fairy Z1 attire. Ooh. Oracle. Range dart. Oh, that's the boosted range darts. Okay. Oops. Alright. Alright, so now it's time to head out. Yeah. Yeah, the Fairy is a Z1 girl just seems a little weird, in all honesty. Alright.
Let's vamoose.
Let's get the artisanal district extra thing out of the way, and then we'll go grab the institute. Quest. Oh yeah, what time is it here? Okay, I've still got time. I've still got a little bit of time. I'll probably do one more quest before I have to sign off.
Oh, hey. Thanks for earlier.
Good evening. Out enjoying the sights?
Oh yeah, the Connect events too. I guess I could do the Connect events. I guess I could do the Connect events and then save the quest for tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, Monday. Major Amelia and General Haring? Hello, I take it you two are here for dessert?
Yes, we'll be returning to Zeku when we're done. But it's been a while since I last met my daughter outside of work, so we decided to have some news stored together.
Sure did. And I ordered a whole one, so we've got plenty. If you'd like, you're welcome to join us. Think of it as my way of making it up to the ladies for being so brash earlier.
I guess we can take you up on that. Though the professor did already treat us to the same thing at breakfast. Indeed. Every restaurant and family has their own uniqueness toward recipe, it seems. I look forward to trying it. It'd be our pleasure to join you.
I apologize for my incorrigible daughter.
No, don't be sorry, Harry. It's on us for being so caught flat-footed. We can just chalk that up to our lack of experience. Hey, I'm not one to look at a check-pecking gift horse in the mouth, but anyway, yeah, she definitely blindsided me there. That's there for sure. Oh, interesting. So you don't get to see each other much during the planning phase. So you didn't get to see each other very much during the planning phase. Nope. This guy's had his head buried in work, being in charge of the whole op and all. And I've been stuck doing training and more training. Poor Papa, you must be so lonely without me around. Were you more disciplined daughter, perhaps I would be. Yet you did things like joining the military in spite of my objections, and worked your way up the ranks until you became an ace pilot. Then you volunteered for the front lines of the war, or that may have earned you military accolades, but it came at the price of injury and early retirement. You're still holding that over my head? Come on, I helped stop the invasion right out of the gate, so cut me some slack. And hey, even if it's only a temporary thing, I'm back in the game now, aren't I? You can never keep a good military gal down. I suppose I can't argue with you on that point. You say this is a... Really? Zamba? You say this is a temporary arrangement, but what do you plan to do once the project is over then? Gonna hang up the military cap again? That's more or less the plan, yeah. Though it may depend on how negotiations with the people higher up in the pecking order. For the record, I will have no say in that. You'll need to make your case with military affairs yourself. Seriously? Ugh. That's just great. I have an easier time bargaining with a brick wall. You, sure you want us hearing this stuff? Still, you two seem really close. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Might be partly because my mom passed away early on. I also used to go camping with him as a kid whenever he was on leave. She can be quite a handful at times, but honestly, that's part of what makes her so endearing to me. It pains me, thinking that this might be the last time we can meet together like this. Huh? Because of the rocket launch, I'm guessing? Yeah, I mean, it will be the first attempt of its kind in human history, so the chance of everything going belly up isn't zero. Still, it's probably safer than when I'm handling it, than when I was hauling ass making deliveries on S-level difficulty routes. Ugh, don't equate your reckless bouts of whimsy with something as important as the rocket launch. I'm guessing that's what you did it for rehab after your injury. I've heard the delivery woman Hermes has dropped by the Free Cities on business from time to time. Yeah, and I've heard about all the things you got up to there too, freelance contractor Armbrust. From cracking down on human traffickers to mediating corporate disputes. Hoots, you've got quite the resume. You're more like a Spriggan than a Bracer, but the cases you handle are on a much larger scale by the sound of it. Someone's done their homework. Take it you've studied up on my past. Yes, too? That's a given, though rest assured your criminal history in the Empire is of no concern to us. Like with Schwarzer, I thoroughly scrutinized the CID report on you, and after the fact, I gave your invitation my stamp of approval. I neglected to express my gratitude during the social gathering due to all the people in attendance. Thank you. It's because of you that the program's chances of success have gone up, even if only slightly. I'm grateful to you, both as the man in charge of the project and as the father of the woman before you. General. I'll be frank, I still think this whole thing is suspicious as all get out. But I'll take your thanks at face value for now. I don't know if it's our place to ask, but what are the odds of success? How should I put this? Let's just say I have reason to think it'll be higher than the time when you dispelled the twilight.
Please, just leave it to us this time. You can count on us to beat the odds. Same as you, with our own two hands.
Sorry about her. She has a bit of a flair for the dramatic. Anyway, I heard from Kincaid that you're headed to the capital tomorrow. I understand you'll be taking part in the launch ceremony. So I hope you'll enjoy the show.
I'm sure we will. Good luck. We'll be rooting for you. You've got spirit, I'll give you that. In fact, I'd go so far as to bet half my chips on your chances. Afterwards, Ring Group thanked the Harings for the tart and the coffee, and they went on their way. How about this afternoon's exercise, though, huh? What a blast, am I right? Good thing the swordsmanship lessons I got were just enough for me to keep you guys on your toes. No need to sell yourself short. It was 2 against 1 after all. But speaking about your blade work, would the one who taught you who happened to be... Actually, I'll stop myself there. Sounds like the curiosity's eating away at you. Too bad it's a cluster ball of classified military intel. The best I can say for now is no comment. Your support in today's exercise won't be in vain. This launch is succeeding if it's the last thing I do. On second thought, saying all that before the fact might jinx it a little, huh? Anyway, once I'm back safe and retired, I'm thinking of it could be fun to pair off with you, Armbrust. Huh? Oh yeah? Guess you could say that I'm on the market right now, flying solo if you catch my drift. As a freelancer, among other things? Well, from what I hear, a guy in your line of work would hook up nicely with a courier like me. And besides, I'm going to go out on a limb and say you like them, Mulder. Am I that obvious? It's a tempting offer, though. Though 2 bodies can get a lot more done than one. Just a minute, Crow. All right, Melia. Enough with the japes. Still more. Oh. So take your VIP. The launch is succeeding if it's the last thing I do. So take your VIP seats and keep those eyes peeled for humanity's next step forward. President Gramhart is also looking forward to meeting with you as it happens. He wishes to make a proper greeting, as well as express his gratitude for your deeds during Crossbell's most recent incident 2 years ago. Really now, the honor's all ours. He did speak with Speaker McDowell over call some time back, and we've never interacted in person. Step on his toes, and the guy could give even the old blood and iron a man in a run for his money. Still wouldn't turn down a chance to chat him up. The man is congenial with a good sense of humor, so keeping conversation shouldn't be an issue. I do hope that the ceremony will prove a pleasant means of dispelling any lingering bitterness his recent history may have caused. Oh, we don't hold any ill will at all. It'll be our pleasure to make his acquaintance. Alright. Cool. Nope. Talk about having white-knuckled determination, like, damn. I know what you mean. Honestly, though, I can't get a read on how they truly feel about the program. But I can tell you they're dead set on making it a success, and I'm sure the same is true for the president. Personally, I think it's fishy that they had just moved forward while withholding information from not only other countries, but also the Guild. It doesn't look like they're doing this for personal gain, or even that they're acting only in the interests of the country. So what's their aim? Good question. Regardless, the notion of standing to the side and simply watching these events unfold doesn't sit well with me. I feel much the same way as I did when Mil Mirage was proposed as a countermeasure to Yomengon. Instead of chaining our fate to that plan, we, the Radiant Wings, took to the skies and charted our own course. Yeah, that's exactly right. And if we're to do the same thing here, then at the very least, we need to get to the bottom of just what they're preparing for. Like with the Great Twilight, there's something more going on here than meets the eye. Until we know what that something is, I think we should hold off on making any moves. Makes sense. Okay, now that we've honed in on what we need to do, you guys ready to get to work? I certainly am. Let's do this, everyone. Not just because it's the Thor's way of doing things, but because our Calvardian neighbors need our help. Oh, is that the bell from the chapel in the artisanal district? It's 6:30 p.m. now, so I'm guessing it's to let people know that it's time for the evening service. This probably, yeah. Also, damn, sunset already? I thought it would come a little later, given it's summer and all. Okay, I think we've seen all there is to see here, so we should probably move on to the next thing. Sounds like a plan. Once we're ready, let's make our way to the observatory at the Institute of Science. Alright.
Alright, let's go.
Okay. Oh.
I'll take that.
Thank you very much.
Might as well just get these out of the way.
Thank you very much.
Alright. So. Whoops. Wrong button. Alright. So now. Yeah, I think we'll do the connection events. We'll end on the connection events. So what one am I wanting to hang on to? I think I'm gonna hang on to this one because it's a double one, and that actually helps. Plus, it'll level Fia's connection rank up. So. Do this one first. Green's group decided to take a short break. Everyone split up so that they could spend their free time as they pleased, as they always do with these connection events.
Welcome, everyone!
Sorry to drop in so suddenly. Oh no, it's no trouble at all. Though I certainly didn't expect you to ask me to teach you how to make Ignis Tort. We tried some of them this morning and it was delicious. We had some at the end, and we were really curious as to how Professor Hamilton makes hers. Since we learned it varies household to household, we thought we'd send some back to our friends in the Empire. There, once it's since it's supposed to keep. That's how we ended up here. What a wonderful idea. I'd be happy to help. Professor Hamilton already taught me her recipe, so I can give you all the details. Thanks a lot. I can help out with anything you might need. Thanks, Ray. So the group began to make Nustard under Associate Professor Esmery's tutelage. First, we have to go over the basics of making dough. Make sure to mix it thoroughly. You know, it'll taste even better if you think about who you're making it for, or while you mix the dough. Really? That doesn't seem very scientific. Perhaps not, but the professor always said that while making sweets in the making sweets is a science, it's also a form of love. I always think of Catra or Young whenever I'm mixing. I see. It's time to show off everything I've learned from my Thor's cooking classes. In that case, I'll chop the nuts. Can you give me a hand ring? I'm on it. Wow, I can already smell the caramel. We have to keep gently stirring so that it doesn't burn and stick to the bottom of the pot, right? Right. Hey, once that's done, we add the whipped cream. Hey, did you know that this whipped cream comes from the milk of cows that live in the highlands just outside of Basel? I see. Professor Hamilton must prefer sourcing local ingredients. Just hearing you say that is making me hungry. I get wanting to have a taste, but you have to stay strong, Allie. I'm not Milliam, okay? I'm not going to just dig in. Now we just have to bake the dough and caramel that we put into the mold. Wow, what a lovely aroma. It's sort of nostalgic, too. Isn't it? Whenever I stayed the night, Professor Hamilton would always bake some for me. I take it this is the smell of home for you, then. I can understand that.
And done.
These turned out better than I even imagined.
Yes. They look like they could be served at a restaurant.
I'll go ahead and slice one up.
Mmm. This flavor.
Indeed. It's like each bite warms my heart.
Right? This is Professor Hamilton's signature Engadine-style Nustord. The secret ingredient? Love, of course.
I can't believe how delicious this is. Thank you so much, Esmery. Milliam is gonna love this. Laura, Emma, and Elisa, too. Hey, nice. Nice. You're sending some to your friends in the Empire, right? Are they part of Thor's too? Yep. Yes, Milliam is basically my big sister. She can be careless and sometimes annoying, but she is very dear to me. She was our classmate too, Reen and mine, that is. And Laura and the others are just as important to me. They watched over me as I grew up. When I add in the guys and the new members of Class 7, then I guess there are a lot of people who are dear to me. I see. So, they're like your family, Reen, too. Yeah, exactly. They're irreplaceable. After having a pleasant chat, Esmery went out of her way to arrange for the Nustord to be sent into their friends in the Empire.
Maybe it's because of our conversation. But I really want to see Milliam now.
Yeah, Laura and the others too. I had a chance to go visit the Empire a little while back, but I haven't seen them in almost 3 months.
Everyone's been so busy that it's been hard to find time to meet up. Once we wrap up everything here, we should plan a reunion or something.
I'd like that.
Then we need to make sure we do what we came here to do.
Yeah, this connection event is the first mention of Laura in the entire game. I can kind of understand that. Understand not liking Milliam. After that, the three of them made up with Toe and Crow and got back to work. Strength and agility, +5. Alright. Since I want to see them all now, oh, I might as well just get a safety save in. I think we'll keep the Toa one. We'll do the Crow one next.
Cheers! Whew. Nothing like chugging down a cold one after a hard day's work.
We're not done yet, but I get it. We still got to consider the Republic's new mech and figure out how this plan of theirs and what their plan of theirs entails. Sure, but for now, let's just celebrate our sweet victory. Seriously, it's been ages since we've had a drink together. Not since you dropped by the academy a few months ago, anyway. Try not to drink yourself into a hole, okay? We still got work to do. I know. Damn, you could be such a hard-ass instructor, Reen. And you can be a bit of a sloth. Come on, dude. Let's cut loose a little. All right, why not? We've got some catching up to do. I heard your contract work is finally going steady. Sounds like you've gotten used to life in the Free Cities. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, it took a while to get things going. Between dealing with stuff regular folk can't handle, which requires a specialist's touch, tackling large-scale issues, coordinating negotiations, and the works. Suffice to say, I'm never bored over there. Sure sounds like a lot of work. Your work's probably not all that different from Arkwright's Spriggan business, though with a different perspective. It really is the sort of job that only you can do, especially considering you've got the Tearfring axe. That, and I'm using all of the connections I made after the war or during my time at sea. As for the Tearfring, I had to get the go-ahead from the Empire and other governing bodies of the continent. Had to bargain with them during the whole Jirai independence uproar 2.5 years ago. Right. I'm glad things turned out all right. I know you'd been worried about Jirai for a long time. Didn't you put a stop to the potential riot at the State House? By revealing that you were both C and the grandson of the former mayor, right? I'll be the first to admit it was a risky play. If any of that leaks out to the wider public, then I guess I'll reap what I've sown. Despite the risk, you still bet on your people, and that bet paid off and won you back your home. Honestly, it doesn't get much better than that. Ain't that the truth? So, how's everything back at the school? This is your fourth year as a Class 7's homeroom instructor, right? You got used to it you gotta be used to it by now. I'll say this much, it's hard work, especially since we're getting more and more enrollments each year. I'm barely managing to stay afloat as they bounce reminds me between the main and the branch campuses. Sounds like you got a lot on your plate. Sure that ain't too much for one person? Well, I do make a point of asking some alumni and other folks for help when I need it. Just as an example, I did ask Kurt and Ash to hold down the fort while I'm away. Hey, other times I've asked Machias, Eustace, Elliot, and even Gaius. They used to give lectures as guests. The old Class 7, eh? They must be busy in their own right. At some point, we really gotta get just us guys together. And obviously invite a bunch of hotties to join us too. It's not really just us guys at that point. Right? Haven't you been enjoying the nightlife a little too much these days? You're a grown man, Crow. You gotta practice some restraint and spare me the lecture. I'm only 2 years older than you, pal. If anything, you need to get it out more. Or learn what it means to be an adult, if you catch my drift. Green in a nightclub. I'd love to see that. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Golden Bloom got first place? They said the Summer Heimdall commemoration? Seriously? I put it all on Ardent Week. It takes dedication to bet remotely on horse races from another country. Hey, when we get to Edith tomorrow, what say we hit up the casino or the sports book? Look. Oh, and I heard they put up a hell of a show at the local nightclub over there. Is that right? Aren't we here for work? So you're saying you're in? Don't worry, the girls don't have to know. You and I can enjoy the capital's nightlife to our hearts. And just what don't we have to know about? Saw that coming. When did you get here? We came to get you since it's almost time to meet up, and neither of you were answering your Zypha. Hold on, just hear us out. Come on, ladies, we're just going to a nightclub. It's no big deal. Hell, you want to come with? I heard there's a place that has male pole dancing. We're not going. Jeez. He's glad the two of you are having fun. It's been a while since you've gone drinking together, huh?
You're damn right we're having fun.
It is nice to finally have a chance to chat. Since you're here, though, why don't you ladies join us?
No, I'd rather not intrude.
We'll be back later to pick you up. But for now, you guys go ahead and enjoy your boys' night.
But make sure to keep it to one drink, and drink some water afterward.
Yes, ma'am. You got it.
Hell yeah! One more drink, let's go!
Okay, that was actually awesome. Kronring did not, in fact, stop at one more drink. They ended up having 3. Okay, that's actually funny. Upon finding them drunk, the 3 women laid into the pair, unsympathetic to their headaches. After sobering up, they headed back to work. Being drunk? Really? Wow. Oh, that... Wow. I'll put it up in the humor. It made me laugh. It's going. It's another point to humor. All right. Next. Toads. Actually, you know what? Yeah, that's actually a good point. We'll add another point. We'll add another point. Screw it. What's that? Oh, those. Just need to reword it then. So, yeah, there we go. Okay. One last one, and then I think I'm gonna call it from here. Okay, we're connected to the long-range network. Ahem. Can everyone see me? Hey, we can see you, Instructor Toa. Whoa, this is crazy. So this is how remote classes work. It feels so weird attending one of your classes while you're all the way in the Republic. Since I'm here for work, I thought this would be a fun opportunity to try something different. This is just an after-school test, so there should only be volunteers in attendance. But is it just me, or are there a crazy amount of people connected? It's not just you. We ended up with over 100 students from both the branch and main campuses wanting to participate. There's also some kids here who aren't your students. Plus kids it's from other grades, and even people calling in from their dorms. Wow, I guess I didn't put a limit on how many people could join. It just goes to show how interesting this remote class idea is. Sounds like you're going to need some help. Ah, is that you, Instructor Schwarzer? Oh my gosh, Instructor Reen's going to teach us too? I'm just here as her assistant, you guys. Since this class is part of the curriculum, let's cover a broad range of subjects. Right, good idea. Let's begin. Thank you so much. And that's all for the video explanation. The Great Scholar Triangle, the Great Shetter Triangle is visible in the summer, and you can use that to find all kinds of constellations. Wow, astronomy is so cool. Now I kind of want to take your astronomy class. It's so easy to follow along when you're playing a video at the same time. It'd be great if in-person classes had them too. Does anyone have any questions? The first person who raised their hand was Anilia from class 4. Go ahead. His visual acuity is crazy. And then that's why. Do you? Oh. Sorry, instructing. The sound's choppy. Could play the one more time? Huh? Something's up. Ah, there's a stream delay. I guess that makes sense considering how many people have joined over such a long distance. Hold on, I'm going to use a mirror server we're borrowing from the Institute of Science to help with some processing. How's the stream now? Ah, the video and audio are back to normal. Well done, Instructor Toa. Wait, since when were there over 200 people on this call? That's pretty much every student between the main and branch campuses. This is way beyond what I was expecting. No wonder we had connection problems. That's cool and all, but there's something I've been meaning to ask. Oh? Is there something you didn't understand? So, like, are you two in the same rooms? You two are in the same room, right? Then does that mean you're sharing a room? Huh? Of course not. There are other people with us, so... This is totally one of those workplace romance things, isn't it? And at a hotel, too? No way, Instructor Toa is doing something like that? I told you, the two who have been suspicious for ages now. Instructor Reen, say it ain't so. Settle down. That's quite enough frivolous speculation. Or do you want me to give you all extra homework for your next class? I was just kidding. We'll behave, so please don't. Gosh. We're continuing the lesson, okay? And that will be all for today's lesson. Everyone, make sure you review what we've covered. When we get back to the academy, we'll also be holding practical classes, so be ready. Okay. Everyone rise? Thank you very much. Phew, we made it through in one piece. Thanks for helping out, Reen. It was my pleasure. Honestly, I had no idea that what we would do once that many people logged in. I never thought I'd be teaching so many students at once. It's remote classes, huh? Now that I've experienced one for myself, it's clear that they come with their own unique difficulties. Still, it's pretty incredible that we can do a lesson from another country entirely. Indeed, if technology continues to improve, I feel like the teaching profession could change completely. Maybe even education as a whole. Humanity has come so far, we're even on the verge of going to the stars, a place we've only been able to observe with telescopes. I guess that what we find up there might force me to rethink my astronomy classes. Hey, Toa, forgive me if I'm wrong. I know you came to Basel to back us up, and that you wanted to hold this remote class while we're here. But there's something else you wanted to do while we're here, isn't there? I mean, you went out of your way to get permission from Professor Hamilton and Vern's CEO to go up to the observatory. Was it that obvious? You're right. I feel like I might learn something. Something about my grandpa. Your grandfather, huh? he was the director of the Imperial Museum. Oh, but that's just a piece of it. I really am curious about the telescope. Not hard to see why. It's supposedly the most advanced telescope on the entire continent. We've gone stargazing together a bunch of times before. Do you think this is going to be any different? It's on a whole nother level. I can't wait. We haven't checked out the stars together in a while, you know? Oh, now that I think about it, it's been a long time since we taught a class together, too. You're right. It doesn't help that the admissions have been increasing every year since the war. My class is located on the branch campus, and since you're a senior instructor for all of Thor's, your battleground is the main campus, so to speak. Even when we do both travel between campuses, we're still not teaching classes together. What I mean to say is the remote experiment really brought me back to when the branch campus first opened. I feel the same way.
Everything happened so fast back then. My whole life changed at dizzying speeds. Doing that remote class just now helped me understand something.
Yep. I do like that they're using the music from the previous games in the callbacks.
There are things that don't change, and those things are extremely precious to me.
Yeah, it's the same for me. Not just focusing solely on doing things efficiently, but by putting everyone's heads and hearts together. That's part of what makes Thor's Thor's.
Exactly. Say, when we get back to the Empire, would you be willing to talk about your experience working at Artemis? Maybe convince them that the branch and main campus could run joint classes together? I mean, I'm sure that would just make things busier for us, but still.
I'm up for it. Let's give it our all. We can do it if we do it together, Rean.
After that, Rean and Toad put away their equipment, and they met up with their friends to continue work. Alright. Cool. Alright. That was good. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's gonna be pushing it. And that's not a good idea.
No.
Yeah. Not with the fact that it's been snowing here lately, so I'm going to give a positive to Toa's solo Act 2 connection event and go from there. All right. There we go. Let's go over my potentials again. We haven't really talked to those two yet, so no on that. What was that? No. Basel. It's the Babylon 5 effect, the Kevin's Target plot point, and then some characters that we still haven't gotten more info on. Thorndyke, like Leon, Celeste, Maxim, Mariel, and Nina are currently the potentials. So, ugh. But yeah. So that'll do that's gonna do it for today, unfortunately. Tomorrow, I am going to be working on YouTube stuff. I have to actually get stuff going. Yeah, there's not that many potentials right now. Because we've whittled the potential list down. There was like, I think there was like, at one point there was like 13 potentials on the board, so we whittled that down pretty quickly. Anyways, it is Monday at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. We will continue for a really goddamn weird week. Because we'll be streaming Monday, we'll be streaming Tuesday, we'll be skipping out on Wednesday, possibly. It'll all depend on how I feel. Tuesday, we'll probably try to make Tuesday a short day, because, yeah. And then potentially Thursday for sure we'll stream. Friday is a question mark, and next Saturday is a question mark. That's the other thing I have to figure out too. I actually need to organize it. I actually have to organize it. I think this is session 12 right now. Oh, 12 right now. So, I have no idea how many sessions this is overall going to be. It also doesn't help that we've literally encountered 2 goddamn sessions that have required me to have to stitch them together, which is the other reason why I'm chopping off now, so... yeah. Anywho, like I said, I got some stuff to do, so I'll see you guys on Monday at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time for more. Blue Wolf Alex of the Lore Walkers signing out. Have a good one. Later.